Development, or UP-PAF respond, Dr. Enrico L. Basilio.
Thank you, and good morning. Um, Welcome to the stakeholder consultation for the IRR of the PPP code. I'm very pleased that our project Respond was given the opportunity to extend technical assistance to the PPP Center for the drafting of the IRR. Briefly, Respond stands for a regulatory reform support program for national development. And the overarching goal of the project is to enhance trade and investment environment in the country by making it more open and competitive. And we support all these policy reforms. Respond is implemented by the UP Public Administration Foundation and supported by the United States for International Development. So I'll be very, very brief. I hope that we will have a very fruitful discussion today and look forward to the issuance of the IRR in the next month. As mentioned by Yusek Cristel, we are on time. So maraming salamat po and welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Basilio. And for another welcome message, let us call on the Executive Director of the Public-Private Partnership Center, Ms. Maria Cynthia C. Hernandez.
A pleasant morning to everyone. My welcome remarks are also very brief because we recognize there's so much ground to cover for this IRR consultation. So, on behalf of the PPP Code IRR Committee, thank you again for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us today in Quezon City. I would like to welcome you all to the stakeholder consultation for the finalization of the implementing rules and regulations of the Public-Private Partnership Code. Today's event is specifically geared to hear inputs and comments from the public sector. So we've already published the draft of the IRR. So hopefully you could give us feedback um, on if you think the provisions there are practical and useful for your different objectives. So joining us are the various representatives of the government from national government agencies, local government units, GOCCs, state universities, and colleges, among others. Yesterday, I was also informed by the PPP Code IRR Secretariat that we had needed to increase our Zoom accounts limit to accommodate more representatives from the public sector. I think this shows the high level of interest of our stakeholders on the development of the PPP Code IRR. This is really our chance because when the IRR is locked down, there's a limited opportunity to, of course, there's also the PPPGB and other policy issuances, but the IRR is really the heart of the reforms that we want to implement. So just to quantify my previous message, we are joined in person by 63 individuals and 40 entities. Online, we have 789 individual registrants representing around 113 different entities. So that's really, I think, the biggest online audience we've had so far in the course of our consultations. As we draw closer to the finalization of the PPP Code IRR, we are confident that its updated policy framework will help us reinforce the country's investment ecosystem and will create a more stable and predictable policy environment for collaboration on high-impact infrastructure projects. We welcome your interest, comments. Hopefully at this point, no more violent reactions and suggestions on the draft IRR. I hope you're all ready with your comments because we have a whole day today to hear your perspective on the proposed rules and regulations. We assure you that the final PPP Code IRR will have considered the comments and feedback received during the consultation sessions we've been conducting since the start of the year. We hope to conclude this endeavor with an IRR that is efficient, fair, and strengthens cooperation between the public and private sectors. I would also like to specifically thank certain individuals who have taken time out to attend in person. In particular, Undersecretary Maria Francie Laksamana from the Department of Health. Um, and I think health sector PPPs are one of the particular challenges that we want to stimulate with the PPP code. Also acknowledging the presence of online of our fellow TWG committee members, Yusek Cathy Fong and Asek Glenda Rumor of the Department of Finance, the other IRR TWG members, DILG, DOJ, DTI, BNR, Office of the Executive Secretary, and CHED. So this is really the product of a whole of government approach. Just from looking at the IRR committee, and hopefully this consultation would also bring in the concerns and comments from the other government agencies that the PPP code will cover. On site, I'd also like to acknowledge NEDA USEC Crystalline Uy, NEDA Assistant Secretary Eric Planta, our Deputy Executive Director Jeff Manalo is going to be really uh, on top of this for the entire day. Also acknowledging the presence of the UPAF Respond, Dr. Henry Basilio and Dr. Mario Lambert, and also the private sector representative of our PPP Governing Board, Attorney Ferdinand Tolentino. So with that, just if I had to acknowledge everybody, baka 30 minutes ako dito. So I'm really just thankful and grateful that everybody's here, and hopefully this is going to be a very productive day for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Edie Hernandez. So at this point, may I invite everyone for a photo opportunity. So sa atin pong mga on-site attendees here at the Hive Hotel, invite po namin kayo to please occupy yung mga vacant seats po dito sa harap. And some will be standing po. Medyo lumapit po tayo dito para makapture yung ating photos. So nandito po si Miss Eileen Galura, pilotan to take the photos. Yung atin pong mga principals, just stand up na lang po and face here po sa front. Yan, para hindi na po kayo mahirapan to turn your chairs. Sige po, yung atin pong mga attendees at the back, occupy po yung ating mga vacant seats. Ayan. Yung mga nakaupo na po dito sa harap, okay lang po, remains sitting lang po. Ayan. And for our online attendees sa Zoom, please, may we request to open your camera so our colleagues from the PPP Center will also be capturing your photos po. Okay, ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, sa ating mga online attendees, another frame. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Sa ating mga on-site attendees, maraming salamat po. Tapos na po ang ating photo opportunity. You may back your original seats po if you want. Atin po mga on-site attendees. May we request to turn off your microphones and cameras to avoid any disruption during the session. Thank you very much. So this session po, our stakeholder consultation is supported by the UPPAF. Thank you very much po sa UPPAF Respond for supporting our whole day session. So let us walk through our house rules before we begin with the discussions. So for our on-site attendees, may we request to relay any health-related concerns or emergency situations to the PPP Center training team and organizers. Kindly put your phones in silent mode to avoid any interruptions during the session, and please accomplish the attendance form and feedback form. For our online attendees, for us to properly recognize your name and agency, please follow the display name format, agency or institution underscore your complete name. Again, we request to turn off your cameras and microphones during the session. You may participate via the chat box and virtual reactions. And also, please accomplish the online attendance form and feedback form. So, the links and the QR codes are being shared po sa ating Zoom chat window. Sa atin din pong mga participants in the official Facebook and YouTube pages of the PPP Center, may we request to please identify by typing in your agency or your institution to be followed by your complete name. Next, this session is being recorded for documentation purposes only. The materials will be shared after the session, so make sure that you encode your working email addresses in the online registration form to receive these materials. And lastly, we request to foster a safe space in the event by being open and respectful to everyone. For our session flow, so after the opening activities, we will be starting with the first part of the section by section discussion of the draft PPP code IRR. And then it will be followed by the lunch break. The next part of the section by section discussion of the draft PPP code IRR will have a health break in the afternoon to be followed by the third part of the discussion and then the closing activities. So take note that during the discussions, our resource speaker will open the floor for questions, and to ensure a smooth flow, we shall be guided by the following. So for on-site attendees first, we request to raise your hand to be acknowledged and approach the microphone stand. So I hope nakakita niyo po, dalawa po yung ating microphone stand at the back located. And please state your name and agency or institution or affiliation, followed by your questions, inputs, or comments. And for our online attendees, please type in your name, agency, institution, or affiliation, and then follow with your questions, inputs, or comments. The PPP Center training team will be documenting the questions, inputs, or comments from the Zoom chat window, Facebook and YouTube live streams, and the facilitator will read them during the allotted time for open forum. So we will now start with the first part of the discussion. But before that, we are also showing the links where you can access the copy of the PPP Code of the Philippines, the draft PPP Code IRR, and the link or the QR code where you can submit your comments. So now to begin, may I call on Deputy Executive Director of the Public-Private Partnership Center, Jeffrey I. Manalo. Let us all give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, fellow colleagues in the government. So we'll have a full day today to run through section by section the full draft of the IRR of the PPP code. Just to begin, allow us to give you a snapshot of what we've gathered in the first round of consultations we've conducted. So there are a total of 318 comments that we have received and were processed by the technical working group, of course, headed by ASEC Eric Plan and with the members of the TWG of the different member agencies. Of those 260, came from the series of stakeholder consultations, a total of 18. And about 58 were submitted through the online portal that we've provided and through email submissions. That would represent 118 unique entities, 68 from the public sector, and 38 from the private sector, and 12 others, the academe, civil service, civil society organizations, etc. So today, we actually have a second round of consultation session. This time, we're going through the full draft. As you, we've started with, of course, our DOTR and DPWH colleagues, and yesterday with the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee and our development partners. Today, we are holding this event with you, our public sector partners, and then on next week, March 4, with the private sector. All right, without further ado, let me guide you through. Let's please flash the IRR. So, to give you an idea, or have seen, you've seen the draft. Thank you. Hello. So the draft of the IRR is divided by titles. For today, depending on the complexity of the title, with regard to the comments and issues that we have encountered in the course of the consultation session, we will be going through them not in a chronological manner, no. So we'll be jumping from one topic just so we could prioritize the topics that we will be discussing today. But we will cover all titles, no. We just wanted to manage the time, except for two. First is yung title 1, that section 1, that is the title of the IRR, and section 2, which is the declaration of policy, which we just literally lifted from the PPP code. So inside every title there would be chapters, and there will be specific sections on those, no. Now, considering the comments of our legislators and stakeholders to make the IRR readable, Title 4, you would notice, on evaluation and approval of PPP projects was divided into two parts, no. One is for national PPP projects, and the other for local PPP projects. You would notice that many of those provisions would be repeated, but that is intentional, because clearly we just wanted to guide the reader, so that if you're an LGU, you'd be referring to that part of the IRR, and if you're a national government agency, then you don't need to look at the local PPP part. The same goes for Title 6, or on the procurement of PPP projects. This time it is subdivided into solicited and unsolicited PPPs. So that the process for every rule, all the rules pertaining to solicited and all the rules pertaining to unsolicited were lumped together, as opposed to the previous draft, while shorter, sort of carves out certain paragraphs but causes some confusion. So that is the approach that the TWG what writing? Yeah, applied. That's the what we adopted, no? Sorry, good morning again, everyone. It's going to be a long day. Okay, so let's go to part 1. We'll start with title. Ang aga na pagod ng mic natin. We'll start with title 2. That would be pages 12 to 18. So what I'll do is to run through every section and request for comments and feedback. We'll probably highlight some of the updates based on the latest discussions. But this is more of a listening session already, as we have already provided the draft, no? So let me start with section 5, the definition and elements piece. So here, based on the series of consultations in the first round, we have tried to define what is public asset or service, given the policy that any infrastructure that provides public asset or service will be covered by the PPP code and its IRR. That would be lines 15 to 20, yeah, on your screen. So for purposes of the IRR, the IA shall determine whether a contract provides a public asset or service through the following criteria. So A, the delivery of the public asset is within the mandate of the IA, and the delivery of the asset and their service is for the public. So the any question on section 5? This is the first section under title 2. Okay, if there's none, we'll go through the next section. This is section 6, scope and coverage. Here, we have clarified that any contractual arrangement that satisfy the elements of PPP shall be covered by the PPP code. Based on the consultations held on the first round, you will note that we have added item E. If we go to the next page, item E, which contains the list of the different BOT variants. The reason for which, according to the suggestion from our stakeholders, is to guide implementing agencies who may not have previous PPP experience. So they would be guided on what are the possible mechanisms. And then we have also added item F, operations and maintenance. Without mentioning this, the scope and coverage is supposed to cover them already, but still, from the consultation sessions, it was suggested that we be more explicit on this, and so we have added this. Any questions so far on the scope and coverage of PPPs? By the way, who will look at our online participants? So we'll ask them. I mean, we will read their questions when as we today as we go along. Okay, okay. I don't see any. Okay, we now go to section 7. Okay, this one is on the non-applicability of the PPP code. Three things to highlight here. Number one, in the previous presentations we've listed down the type of contractual arrangements that are excluded. So service contracts, donations, etc. But the comment that we've received is that those terms have to be defined to avoid confusion. And so in this version, you would note that we have defined, either defined or qualified the excluded contractual arrangements. So for instance, on item B, so ODA projects are definitely excluded, but there's a qualifier unless the government of the Philippines and the foreign grantor or institution agree otherwise. And then on letter D, service contracts, which is an ongoing discussion also with our colleagues in the DOE. We have listed the service contracts that are outside of the scope of the PPP code. So this would be coal service contracts, petroleum service contracts, those under the Philippine Mining Act of 1995, an ongoing discussion on item D regarding the renewable energy service or operating contracts. An ongoing discussion because we're trying to harmonize and read the laws together. As you know, RE is in especially in other countries is actually subject of some PPP arrangements, but we need to iron out some legal frameworks in our context, so this is still highlighted, no? And then for management contracts, for instance, item C, um, we have clarified that this would be those that are contemplated in section 6.5 of Annex B of 9184. Note also that we have qualified that in the case of service contracts, for instance, if we go down, please. So there is a proviso there, the last part, lines 2 to 4. Provided that service contracts involving components that provide public service and satisfy the elements of a PPP as defined in Section 5 of this IRR shall be covered by the code and the IRR. So para sa ating mga kaibigan who attended the previous consultation sessions, may recurring question doon on, for instance, our EDSA carousel, for instance, no? Could that be a PPP if it will be under a service contract? So now, because of this clarification, we're saying it could be a service contract, but if the service contract has elements, risk allocation, and all those things that we've mentioned in Section 5, then indeed, while you may call it a service contract, it is a PPP that falls within the ambit of the law and the IRR. So we hope that is clear. Any questions so far? Sige, let me just continue highlighting items and then open the floor for questions now. On item H, onerous donations, which refers to a donation subject to burdens, charges, or future. So the term charges is highlighted here because during the TWG lifted this from the Civil Code of the Philippines, but during the IRR committee discussions, it was raised that there might be confusion on the term charges, as this is also used as a user in the context of a user fee principle, no? So it is being proposed that this be updated to the word considerations instead, which is a more general term. And then on item J, okay, this is another item where we received so many questions. Stakeholders wanted a clarification on the definition of purely commercial arrangements. Again, we noted in the hello, even in the last consultation session that lease and joint venture agreements that are purely commercial arrangements shall be excluded in the PPP code and its IRR. So the TWG and the IRR committee proposes to provide clarification by updating item J, no, of the list. So joint venture and lease agreements involving purely commercial arrangements will be clarified, no? So the phrase purely commercial arrangements refers to an arrangement for profit that solely involves or seeks to address a private or business issue such as sale of goods, supply of equipment, and the like. These shall include but are not limited to the following. Number one, where the private partner develops government land into private real estate projects such as commercial buildings, condominiums, non-socialized housing. So basically, any private endeavor, no, those that do not deliver public asset or service. An update, and then number two is where the private partner subleases lots and building spaces for commercial use as enumerated in item 1. We actually got a longer list being proposed in item 1 from various stakeholders. The TWG has has streamlined them. And in the last IRR committee, and based on the comments we've been receiving, there are actually concerns raised, no, and we'd like to hear your comments as well. That it might serve more, it might give more confusion if we still itemize these specific projects. In yesterday's consultation session, for example, and in the IRR committee discussion, it's being discussed that probably principals would be more helpful in terms of, regardless of uh, whatever sector is the subject of of that particular infrastructure, if the elements that are present, similar to how we define the elements present in PPP, then that could be more helpful. So this is an ongoing discussion, but this is the draft that we have at the moment. I guess I'll pause there. Oh, and one last thing, sorry, in section 7, the IRR committee, and this is not yet present in the draft that was published, but it was suggested that to add a provision that clarifies that implementing agencies may consult with the PPP center if a project is covered by the PPP code. PPP center may issue a non-policy matter opinion pursuant to its function under the code. So that window will provide an opportunity to clarify if there would be gray areas as we implement the law and the IRR. Any questions, comments, clarifications on section 7?
Sir, you may approach the microphone stand, sir.
Hi, hi, good morning. Mike Quintos from Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. On Section 7, without prejudice to the ongoing discussion on item J, and as discussed, it might involve just principles. And the way it is structured now, for clarification, considering that item J contemplates joint venture and lease agreements, the enumeration subsequent to it were the private partner slash lessees. Because J involves lease agreements, and lease agreements we don't call our lessees private partners. And as to the enumeration, can we include, because SBME deals with industrial parks, manufacturing plants, I've observed that the enumeration involves some sort of consumer-related enumeration. Can we include manufacturing plants, warehouses, and the likes? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll definitely raise this in the ongoing discussions. Thank you for those inputs.
Yes, Yusek Laksamana. Yes, ma'am. Oh.
Thank you. Good morning. And of course, I would like to congratulate the PPPP Center, the Department of Finance, and all the members of the TWG. This is really a job well done. But right now, my question is really regarding the non-applicability under the purely commercial arrangements. It is mentioned here, it includes the health clinics and health spas. In fact, we are promoting that in health spas, which is already wellness centers. We will be promoting also under the health tourism. And the health clinics also provides services for patients, both the well and the sick. So maybe we could already, yes, yeah, put that also in the section where it is really applicable. Because if we put that as non-applicability, under the purely commercial arrangements, yes, there are services provided, there are user fees provided, but the target are the clients are the patients, both the well and the sick. So that's just my concern right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. Actually, these are one of the items that was the subject of the IRR committee. So, like these health services, if you know carve them out, there might be a confusion. But just to clarify, ma'am, in this draft, what we are carving out are those private health spas and clinics. No, so but if it's the government entering into the contract for purposes of delivering the service, then it will be PPP. But that is exactly the confusion that was raised in the IRR discussion. Yes. Yeah. So let me just echo what Yusek said for the benefit of our online participants. So she reiterated the suggestion to qualify, no, if what really is included and excluded in the scope of PPPs. Thank you, Yusek.
Any other questions from our on-site attendees? If none, I think we have one question from the Zoom meeting room. You may turn on your microphone po. Cite your name, agency, and affiliation to be followed by your question, inputs, or comments.
Hello, good morning. I'm Attorney William J. L. Terencio from GMA LGU. I just have a couple of concerns regarding item J of section 7. But before that, I would like to thank the facilitators of this event. Congratulations to all of you. Now, as to my question, I would just like to ask the specification of item J regarding purely commercial arrangements and what constitutes public infrastructure. To materialize this question, let's create a specific scenario. For example, we want to lease a land to an individual who wants to establish a fuel station that will serve the terminal, a public terminal. Would that now constitute a public infrastructure because it would be open to public? And what constitutes public infrastructure and purely commercial arrangement? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, sir. So, two things. First, yung what constitutes public infrastructure or development service, we have attempted to answer that dun sa section 5, no? If we go back to section 5, yung what is although the term used is provides public asset or service, the term infrastructure should be included here. So, two things, no? So the answer to the question are two things, or at least that's how we are attempting to answer it. One, if the infrastructure is within the mandate of the agency, and two, if the delivery of the asset and or service is for the public. So then let's test that. Yung question natin, what if it is a contractual arrangement on a fuel station that serves that serves a public terminal, no? Or nandoon, ang understanding ko ay fuel station na nasa loob ng isang public terminal. So the way we would answer this is ang question, what is the subject of the contractual arrangement? Is the contractual arrangement the lease arrangement just between the LGU and the fuel station, which is a commercial, that is purely commercial, no? Kung ililis lang talaga nung fuel station yung property nung LGU, then that is purely commercial. However, if the subject of the contract is a lease agreement on quote-unquote lease agreement on the operation, for example, of a public terminal, a public transport terminal, na merong kasamang commercial component that is the fuel station, then that contractual arrangement is a PPP. Why? Because nandun yung elements nung delivery of public service. Hindi na purely commercial. The commercial component, which is the fuel station, actually becomes one of the allowable investment recovery scheme, which we will be touching on in one of the sections later on. So I hope that is clear, no? So kung yung fuel station lang pinag-uusapan natin, that's purely commercial. Okay? Pero kung yung fuel na yon, that same fuel station is just a component of a contract about providing transport services, a public transport terminal, then that becomes covered by PPPs. So I hope that is clear. Any more questions on this?
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Next question. This is from our online attendees. This is from Attorney Garen of PNOC, Investor Relations Officer. For renewable energy projects, is there a delineation between actual energy projects and services? For example, port development as an auxiliary service for RE projects. And another renewable energy related question is, or energy sector related question, is from Attorney Jeremy Panganiban of LGU Pateros. What about energy service performance contracts entered into by an energy service company involving energy audit and its implementation taken pursuant to the Energy Efficiency Act of RA 11285?
Yeah. Thank you for these questions. This is this is exactly what I was relaying earlier, na yung on renewable energy PPP. Hello? Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier about renewable energy PPPs that is subject of the ongoing deliberations by the IRR committee. So, in as much as I want to share my insights, no, we don't have yet an answer to this. We will have to clarify what is to be included or excluded. What we can share at the moment is we recognize the rules and the procedures that are mentioned in both the Renewable Energy Act and the Energy Efficiency Act. And the goal of the IRR committee is to harmonize the PPP code and these two other laws such that there could be PPP projects in this sector, if warranted, of course, no. So yun. Unfortunately, we won't be able to answer this, but we are bringing this question up to the IRR committee, TWG, and the IR committee proper. Thank you.
Thank you, DED Jeff. This is another question from our online attendees. Was there a discussion on PPP around software development? Was there also a discussion about manufacturing or agricultural machineries and services related to enhancing agricultural productivity? This is from Ms. Hazel Alfon of DA Philrise.
Yes, I think we will be touching on this in the next section. But I think the answer to the first one is yes, if we're talking about software development for public use, no? Again, that's how we delineate. If it's software development that's purely commercial, then that is not within the coverage of the law. Otherwise, it falls within PPP. As long as it also hits the other elements such as risk allocation, and we go back to section 5 of the IRR, or at least section 5 of this draft IRR. The second question on manufacturing of agricultural machineries and services related to enhancing agricultural productivity. Same answer, no? So if it's undertaken by a public sector with a private sector under a contractual arrangement, that possesses the elements of PPPs in Section 5 of the draft IRR, yes. Yeah, but it's like if I think Yusek Cristal is saying if it's a private sector who will develop a private facility machinery that will produce private goods, no, na sila ay as in a private company, purely private company, then that is not subject of PPPs already. I guess that's our cue to look at section 8 of our draft, the eligible types of PPPs. So as mentioned before, no, these are mostly lifted from the revised 2022 IRR, but we've received a few items, yung mga bagong explicitly i-mention. So in item K, for instance, water supply, sewerage, drainage, water treatment, desalination, and related facilities. And in item X, prisons, lease of patrol vessels, rescue helicopters, O&M of military facilities and equipment, and other national defense or security related facilities. Of course, these are to be read subject to what do you call this? Yung number one is section 5 and other existing security related laws natin. No? So those that are highly yung may mga national security concerns, then obviously those could not be subject of this PPPs. Any other questions online that are pending na related to section 8? Okay. None are what about our on-site participants? Sir.
Good morning, DDG. I am Senior State Solicitor Omar Diaz. We met already back in sa Ateneo Law School, together with State Solicitor Ferdy Redulla. We're from the OSG. Just siguro a clarification and an emphasis on, sorry if we're going back to Section 5. Siguro, I think, as I understand from the discussion, the key determining factor on whether or not it is a purely commercial activity or venture, no, Section 5 in relation to Section 7, is whether or not that particular contract or service is in line with the mandate of the agency. Do I get it correct? So in other words, if for example DPWH were to enter into an arrangement with a gas station, then that you would categorize that as a commercial activity because it's just merely that. It doesn't add any. It doesn't put any added value to the mandate and functions of the DPWH. However, if let's say part of the agreement to be entered with that gas station is to provide fuel and other necessary services for DPWH vehicles, then that would that may qualify as a PPP contract. Yeah, just wishes because again, it's within the mandate of the DPWH to inspect bridges and so on and so forth. Just a clarification.
Yes. I think that's a very good example because that's another dimension in terms of delineation, no? In that particular example, biglang nagpa-quiz tayo dito eh, no? Ano ang kulang na element? Our answer is it's not PPP. It's not. Why? What is the missing element according to Section 5? There's no risk allocation. When DPWH gets or buys that fuel for their services, that's the end of the kahit na 10 years pa yung multi-year contracts nila, wala na. That's the only relationship they have. So that provision of fuel services to DPWH vehicles is just that, no? Hindi naman yung fuel station yung, for example, may operations risk kapag nasiraan yung vehicles ng DPWH. So that risk allocation is another important element that has to be considered when looking at PPPs.
That said, thank you DDG for clarifying. Actually, that's what I wanted to also elicit. Siguro while on the part of myself and Solicitor Redulla, I think we understand that Section 7, like any law, it we're always faced with whether or not we should be general so as to allow any future developments, or should we confine ourselves in a straitjacket, which is not necessarily good in certain instances? Perhaps maybe try to find a way to, I don't know, harmonize the interpretation of Section 7 with Section 5. I don't know. It's just an observation. Kasi now that it was now that it was clarified, 'di ba? Mas malinaw na, at least. I hope naging malinaw siya. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Thank you, thank you. More questions?
So far, the EDGF, we have po from on-site yet music.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to clarify my question a while ago doon sa section ng non-applicability of clinics and spa. I think yung sa health spa, pag talagang private siya and managed, owned, and operated, talagang excluded siya. But in the term health clinics, pagdating dito sa section 8, kasama siya sa letter M, health infrastructure, hospitals, clinics, research facility, and other related facilities. Baka dito rin sa clinics dito, i-qualify din natin because right now, the current situation is some public health facilities, especially the primary care facilities that do not have really, that cannot put up additional services. They partner with the private clinics who have services that are not available in the public facility. And they use the MOA. The legal instrument is a MOA. So I'm trying to see if it will be under Section 8 or sa non-applicability. Baka we need to have more discussions on this because there are legal instruments that are coming up. And we also have to clarify it under Section 8.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for that suggestion.
Other questions from our on-site attendees? If none, I'd like to inform the EDGF that we're still pulling a lot of similar questions from our online attendees, and we are also encouraging them to post in their questions. We can now proceed with the next part of the discussion, the EDGF.
Yes, okay. So that would be Section 9, still on Title 2, Parties to PPP Contracts. Any comments, questions? Wala akong balita dito. It's just, that yan pa rin yan. Okay, if there's none, I'll go to Section 10, Financing of PPP Projects. Note that in this section, the terms blended financing and alternative financial instruments are defined terms. Later on, we'll run through each of the definitions, but here basically we're just recognizing the different possible financing of PPP projects. Any comment, questions on this? So do you have I think so far sa on-site attendees, wala. Meron ba tayo sa ating online attendees? Okay, I think that's the last section of Title 2. So any other questions on under Title 2 or we'll touch on them later sa ano? Are you consolidating pa? Okay. So we're done with Title 2. Some questions, online questions will be discussed later. Let me go to Title 3. This is preparation of PPP projects prior to approval. This would be pages 18 to 27 of the published draft. Let me begin with Section 11, Establishment of PPP Units. The first thing here is that it will be the head of the implementing agency who shall, so in the case of LGUs, sa ating mga LGU partners on-site and online, it would be the local chief executives, no, who shall create the unit which can be in a form of either item A, line 22, a newly established unit, office, committee, or group which shall serve as focal persons for PPP projects and subject to applicable laws, rules, and regulations, or an existing unit, office, committee, or group designated to shoulder the responsibilities set forth in this section. So, in short, you can create a new unit or designate an existing unit. Any questions on section 11? If there's none, let's go to section 12, composition of PPP units. So here, so we have a published minimum membership of the PPP units, no? But we have since received a lot of queries, comments, no, and suggestion, even an ongoing discussion in the IRR committee. So for instance, one suggestion or one idea is to just remove the composition, the required minimum composition, to give the implementing agency, including LGUs, some flexibility. And that the implementing agencies may also hire external personnel or consultants to perform the duties of the PPP units, so long as there is an official designation by the head of the implementing agency. So that's one idea. More flexibility. On the other hand, we also received comments from some national implementing agencies naman that they want the implementing rules and regulations to clearly require, no, what is really needed as a minimum membership, minimum members of a PPP unit, because that will also guide them in setting up or in improving their organizational development plan, no? Including for purposes of requesting for plantilla, justifying for plantilla. So there are many consideration. Both are equally valid. So that's how it's appearing it to be, no? For national, they want more structure. For local naman, they want more flexibility. So this is an ongoing discussion, and probably the IRR committee could actually rule na adopt both, no? But for purposes of this consultation session, may we know if there are new insights, comments, inputs that we can raise to the IRR, TWG, and committee? Okay, no inputs, comments, nakakatakot yung silence. Baka sa March 8 lumabas lahat. Ilabas niyo na yung iba. Sige. Ay, sir. Yes.
Uh, I think with respect to dun sa outsourcing of work, especially with respect to uh, legal personnel, this is just an observation. I think with respect to liability and accountability, kasi the PPP code does have administrative and criminal provisions attached there too. And also, looking forward, since our office handles arbitration, whether local or international, part of the documentation that we use to establish the state's defenses is usually going through all the documentation. So ang concern ko lang is kung yung taong yan contractual, parang mahirap yatang habulin kung later on something happens. especially for something as sensitive as on the legal side. But then again, I guess pati technical and finance, all encompassing, lahat naman relevant yan eh. So yun lang, just a comment on that.
Thanks for that. We're taking of all the comments we're receiving for WG and the committee.
Hi, DD Jeff. We have questions from our online attendees. These questions are particularly under the scope and coverage. So the first question is from Mr. Juan Paulo Fajardo of DA PDS PPP unit. Would appreciate your clarification on this. How should we treat joint ventures that feature predominantly commercial and a limited set of public use assets?
Yeah. So as currently drafted, it does not matter no whether there is whether a JV is predominantly public or predominantly private in nature. The idea is any project, any PPP, so JV, lease, or whatever we call it, that involves public services or public components, all of those will fall under the PPP code and its IRR. Thank you.
Next question is from Attorney Glenn Napuli of MCIAAAGM. For item J and I, does this include operation of private schools and not just development? Item J and I, does this include operation of private schools and not just development?
Which section? Sorry. 7.
Scope, yes.
Ay,
Under scope and coverage.
still
DG.
under scope and coverage.
Yes.
Item J, but there's no letter J here. Or is it non-applicability? Sorry, please guide me. Which page number, section number? Kasi walang, sa section 6 na scope and coverage, walang letter J and I. Section 7. Yung sa purely commercial. So does this include operation of private schools and not just development? Attorney Glenn, I'm not sure if I got the question. Clearly, operation of private school, private, pero you said not just development. Would you like to elaborate?
Hello po, good morning.
Hi, Attorney Glenn.
Sa section J po kasi nakalagay po doon real estate development such as tapos yung enumeration. Tapos one of those enumeration is yung sa private schools. So what do you mean by real estate development? Is it limited to development or does it also include the operation?
Okay. Yeah. In this context, Attorney Glenn, it's actually both. So any private development or private operation, meaning purely private development and purely private operation, both are excluded in the scope of the law. But I think that's a really good feedback because that's also the discussion ng IRR committee no, na baka providing this list might actually give more questions rather than clarification. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much. DD Jeff, these three questions are about PPP units. So the first question is from Attorney William J. L. Terencio of LGU GMA Cavite. How will the new IRR affect the PPP units created by ordinances created before the IRR?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Later on, there is a provision under the repealing clause clarifying what that all of the ordinances, etc., are repealed or modified accordingly. In a nutshell, marirepeal lahat ng processes na explicit and mandatory under the PPP code and this IRR. However, those that and an example of that, kunyari, kung meron na kayong existing PPP unit, and then the law provided for, or the IRR will later on provide either a minimum or flexibility, then those will be considered as modified naman. So that's the practical implication of the IRR in the PPP codes and ordinances of local government units. Also, we would like to clarify, a recurring question is, do we need a PPP ordinance to the term being used is to implement the PPP code, the new PPP code? The answer is no. LGUs do not need to issue a new PPP code or ordinance to uh, to adapt, no, the PPP code. The law itself and its IRR will be the enabling framework and the processes that would guide the processes of doing PPPs. Thank you. Next question, please.
Next question is from Attorney Glenn Napuli of MCIAA. For composition of PPP units, this is an additional work assignment. Is there a possibility that compensation honorarium be given to its members, the same with the back under RA 9184?
1 minute of silence for additional work. So, anong sagot dun? I think, unfortunately, wala sa law. Unlike in the case of 9184 where it is explicit na pwede, no? So, ayun po. Good luck po sa atin. Ang mahalaga ang mga proyektong ito para sa taong bayan. Sir.
Hello po.
Yeah.
Kasi you were talking earlier about outsourcing the composition of the PPP unit.
Again, sir, your clarification or question?
Yes po, because you were talking earlier about outsourcing the services of a PPP unit, contracting it outside of the agency instead of having a PPP unit internal. Because in the absence of additional compensation, it will encourage the agency or LGU to have it outsourced na lang.
Yes, yeah. No, that's a very valid point, sir. And we'll definitely raise that to the TWG and the committee. The other way of looking at it is it also incentivizes organizations with really large pipeline of projects to really work on creating new and more sustainable PPP units within their organizations instead of adding it on in an ad hoc basis, no? So yeah, so we're taking note of that, and we'll include that in the discourse sa IRR TWG and IRR committee. Thank you. Yusek.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I was looking at in terms of accountability, and the question is again here, asking for an honorarium. I think in that section 12, the PPP unit shall, at the minimum, include the following members. Just a suggestion that probably we could put here plantilla items, because to create a unit, it should be something that is permanent in an agency. And looking at accountability, ano yung honorarium, sourcing it out, it would be more realistic for the agency to have a permanent unit with permanent members, with plantilla items. So there's really more accountability in terms of doing their functions. And of course, we have a lot of more PPP projects that are coming out in the different government agencies, and we will be working towards the members here. And we could only add additional members if the agency would want resource persons, additional consultants, which could be given honorarium. So that's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Yusek. We're noting that.
More, Chef.
Yes.
This is another question about PPP unit. Will there be provisions to qualify the skills needed for the personnel who will constitute the PPP? What if those who could be having the positions are not knowledgeable on business processes? This is from Ms. Hazel Alfon of DA Philrise.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. This is exactly the premise no nung ongoing discussion na do we create a unit or give flexibility, because there could be instances where we will provide the specific positions no na kailangan ma-fill, but it will be by personnel capacitated, no? Because sometimes capacity takes time to be acquired. Whereas if you allow parang external practitioners, no, who are really capable of doing these transactions, the accountability mechanism is quite clear anyway, that they have to be assigned by the head of agency. And if we look at the processes, it's a specific that actions, the final actions are to be done by the heads of agencies, no? So the accountability lies sa kanila. Yun yung isang ongoing discussion na kaya may area na baka dapat mas flexible na lang. Kesa yung meron kang permanent, may plantilla, wala namang capacity, wala ring projects na mailabas. So yes, I don't have a specific answer here. What I can confirm is this is part of the ongoing discourse in the last IRR committee discussions. And thank you for raising this, kasi we will echo this, no? When we report back to the IRR committee kung ano yung feel nung different groups. Tas botohan na lang tayo. Joke lang.
Thank you, DED Jeff. We can now proceed with the next part of the discussion.
Okay. So I guess that's my cue to go to chapter 2, still on title 3, consolidated investment programs and list of PPP projects. Section 13 is about guiding principles in identifying PPP project. Here there is a list of principles which was lifted from the PPP code, except item C, no, which was added, economic and financial viability, and letter G, market acceptability and commercial attractiveness. So that's my first update here. Number 2, notice that the term consolidated investment programs is capitalized because we have defined this to refer to all of the investment programs that we know of. And 3, all master plans and investment programs of government entities shall be submitted to NEDA and the PPP Center, and will be posted in our websites. This will be referred to in the approval of national PPP projects and the need to secure RDC endorsements for local PPP projects. Any question, comments on section 13, guiding principles in identifying PPP projects? I guess just to disclose one comment that we have received so far, no, is yung addition ng economic and financial viability. A concern was raised as it appears to imply that you would be needing some sort of study before you could even identify, no? Kasi parang meron ng economic and financial viability requirement. On the other hand, that's valid. On one hand, it's valid. On the other hand, mas principal level kasi when the TWG was writing this, no? So it did not intend to refer to viability as a hard number, no? A calculated number already. It's on a high level principle, but that's a consideration that we need to discuss at the TWG given that feedback. Yes.
Lines 19 to 21.
19 to
Oo.
21.
Deliberate, wala ba talaga bang excluded ang... Ayun yan, tama. 20. to be prepared by implementing agencies. My question is, um, deliberately ba hindi kasama yung LGU or dapat implementing agencies and LGUs? Kasi when you say implementing agencies, we're only referring to
No, in the definition, implementing agencies would refer
Include na-
to national and local PPP, LGUs included.
yeah, I would understand that, no? Pero syempre, I mean, it maybe it wouldn't hurt or probably just a comment on that lang.
Yeah, I think that's precisely what we're trying to correct. Kasi in the pre-PPP code era, technically, implementing agencies defined na siya to refer to both national and local. But the phraseology used was agencies slash LGUs. And that actually starts so many conversations na hindi naman nabanggit yung LGU dito. So, hindi ito mag apply sa amin. So, now, medyo may behavioral deliberate effort to change that behavior, no? Na anyone who does PPP is an implementing agency, whether you're a local government unit, a GOCC, or a national line or an SUC for that matter. So everyone who will enter into a PPP arrangement on behalf of the government, I mean on as the public entity in the contract is an implementing agency. More questions and inputs? While waiting, I got a note here. Yeah, we're I'd like to remind everyone that after this IRR, kasi malapit na, no, March 23 is our target. The IRR committee, no, and the DOF, NEDA, and PPP Center, we're planning to come up with the manual after the IRR to assist the implementing agencies regarding yung role ng PPP units. So we understand that this will end up being a really thick legal document. And the intent is to come up with a manual na parang step by step yung process, referring it to the appropriate provisions, etc. Para siyang user book of some sort. More questions and none so far. So I'll go to the next section, section 14, preparation of the list of PPP projects. So here, this list of PPP projects, so we're calling it the list of PPP projects, no? Interchangeably in conversational English, this is also what we're pertaining to as the pipeline of PPP projects. So these lists will be referred to in the approval stage. So later on, when we touch on the approval phase, may cross-referencing tayo sa list of PPP projects dito sa section 14. Other than that, I have no more updates on this unless you have questions, comments, inputs on section 14, preparation of the list of PPP projects. If there's none, I'll go to section 15. So after you've prepared your list of PPP projects, you will now go through the submission of the list of PPP projects. That is section 15. No further updates here as published, no? Ito yun, this is pretty much it unless there are comments and inputs in this section. Hearing no comments, no, even in our online participants, I go to section 16. So you've prepared it, you've submitted it, and now the publication. So section 16 is publication of the list of PPP projects. We want to highlight lines 11 to 14, no? So the PPP Center shall post in its website a consolidated list of all submitted lists of PPP projects and shall be updated regularly. Any discrepancies between the list of the implementing agency and the PPP Center, in case there are any discrepancies between the list of the implementing agency and the PPP Center,
the consolidated list of the PPP center shall prevail. So this incentivizes or actually it deliberately incentivizes ng ating implementing agencies to make sure that the list of PPP projects in the consolidated pipeline is always updated. What is the practical implication of this? As mentioned earlier sa ating approval process, no, merong mga criteria na pag may mga overlap yung project or may potential impact doon sa list of PPP projects or list of investment programs, nag vary kung sino yung approving body or yung set of requirements that will be required for that particular project. So, in case there are discrepancies, no, hindi pwedeng gamiting strategy yung wag na muna nating sabihin para hindi na muna nila mapansin. Because then whatever is in the PPP Center website will be considered as the official, no, of official list, which will also serve as reference of all the other government agencies who will be developing their own PPP projects. So that is the idea of these lines 11 to 14. Now, another thing that we want to highlight is lines 16 to 18. And we had a lot of questions here during the first round. May tumatawag sa screen natin. Unsolicited proposals shall be included in the list of PPP projects once the PPP Center has endorsed such proposal to the implementing agency for processing in accordance with Title 5 of this IRR. So, before, in the first round, no, we said it will only be added after the OPS has been granted, no, kasi dun yung mas hinog na yung project. But issues were raised in terms of the need for the public to know and the concerned agencies, no, if we want to harmonize and integrate yung ating mga projects. So there was another suggestion na ilagay na lang from as early as submission para publicly known. However, during deliberations, hindi naman pwede, what if incomplete, mag-turn out na incomplete pala yung project na isinubmit and then na-consider na siya ng ibang mga agencies na nagde-develop ng kanilang mga projects. So the attempt, the sweet spot is after it has been determined to be complete. No, once it has been endorsed to the implementing agency, that's the time it becomes part of that list that will be published in the website. So this is the update on this. That is why this line 16 to 18 is worded as such. Now, there is actually another update, and the reason why we're adding even those that have not yet been published para maging ma-elevate na rin yung discourse dito sa ating mga stakeholders, no? There is a suggestion we got which proposes to include a paragraph or a provision that states unsolicited proposals shall not be accepted if it conflicts with an already approved government project regardless of contractual arrangement. So recall that in the last round there were questions, no, because we highlighted the provision of the law that states the law allows accepting unsolicited proposals even if the project is in the priority list of the government, subject to the reimbursement of all the development costs that have been incurred by the government. The question in the last session was, paano pag-approve na yung project or ongoing na yung bidding? Pwede pa rin i-convert from, a solicited or regular procurement tapos gagawing unsolicited proposal. So that was deliberated and wala pang final decision kaya wala dun sa draft, but that's the ongoing discussion. No? Should we put a provision that states pwede yung reimbursement mechanism only up to the point where the government has not yet approved
the project, no, for procurement. Otherwise, pag na-hurdle na yung final approval, that's already a statement on the part of government that it wishes to proceed on its own, no, at hindi na masira yung programming ng implementing agency. So that one is we would like to hear your thoughts on this, no. I think there is one other suggestion eh. Ano nga ba yun? Yung variation of that naman. Na earlier, no, bawal lang tumanggap kapag ka na-submit na sa approving body kahit hindi pa approved. Yung reason naman nila is that the act of submission from the implementing agency to the approving body is already a statement that the agency intends to do it on that particular track. So, yun, maraming variations this part, and we'd like to hear your thoughts, insights, comments, no, that we can elevate to the TWG and the IRR committee. Ayun. So no comment na. Yeah, but again, we have until March 8, no? So these are things that we want to flag so that you could think about them also. If not today, at least until March 8, which is the deadline for all inputs, comments, and suggestions to the draft IRR. Okay, so I now go to section 17, the listing of PPP projects in the list, the listing of projects in the list of PPP projects. There's only one thing that we want to highlight here. That would be lines 9 to 13, no, of page 23, yung last paragraph. That one. So the delisting rules shall not apply to the consolidated investment programs, no? Yung rules na dinedescribe dito on the listing of a particular PPP project from the pipeline or from the list of PPP projects does not apply to consolidated investment programs. Pwedeng hindi na PPP yung isang infrastructure project, pero hindi necessarily tanggal na rin siya sa priority ng government. So, 'di ba? For example, infrastructure project X, no? Ang assumption kaya siya nasa list of PPP projects is it is aligned in the consolidated investment program. We've discussed that in the earlier section. If the agency or after approval na disapprove yung project or the government decided that it will not be implemented via PPP, then it will be delisted from the list of PPP projects. But that doesn't mean it's also delisted in the consolidated investment program. So we just had to clarify that because that's some of the concerns that were raised, no, in the first round. That's the last item on section 17, unless there are comments, questions, inputs on this. We'll go to chapter 3, development of PPP projects. Section 18, guiding principles in developing PPP projects. The update here is just we added item F, commercial feasibility and market acceptability, in addition to the list that was provided in the PPP code. So again, just to differentiate also, yung kanina, list of principles that will guide the identification of PPP projects. Ito naman, list of principles guided to guide the development of those identified PPP projects. The last point we want to highlight under this section is lines 1 to 3 of page 24. That's the last paragraph of section 18. There is a possibility of co-grantorship arrangements, no? So here we introduced in the last paragraph, in cases where implementing agencies concerned comprise of a national and a local implementing agency, it shall be evaluated and approved following the processes for both national and local PPP projects. So we've received a lot of queries. Pwede bang mag-partner yung national yung NGA at saka isang LGU for a project in our region? The answer is yes. But as to the approval process, both approvals will have to be secured. The national government agency will follow the approval process for national PPPs, and the local IA will secure the approval of the Sanggunian, which is the approving body for all LGU projects. As to the timing, we expect that this will be clarified in the guidelines to be issued by the ICC and the PPP governing board. Any question on section 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. Christina from the Anti-Red Tape Authority. So with that, Sir DDG, baka pwede po na yung inclusion po of the principle of the whole of government approach in the principle, as it is part of course, of the section. And as you mentioned, there's also the approval of the ICC and the NEDA and the other relevant agencies. So perhaps in the development of the PPP project, the principle of the whole of government should be included also in the listing of the principles. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We'll definitely include that on the things we will be discussing.
DD Jeff, we have one question from our online attendees. This is under section 18 from Attorney Garen of PNOC. Is it possible to have a joint PPP project where there is more than one implementing agency? That is, can an NGA partner with a GOCC and then partner with a private party?
The answer is yes. Actually, even before PPP code, that is already allowed no dun sa BOT law. So, classic example natin dyan, familiar sa ating lahat yung NAIA, for example. It's the DOTR and the MIAA. As co-grantors, yun yung term natin dyan, which we are also introducing in the law and in the IRR. Co-grantors sila, partnering with a private sector partner. So yes, the answer is yes. Thank you.
Are there other questions related to section 16 to 18 from our on-site attendees? If not, we can proceed, DD Jeff, with the next section.
Yes, next, we're actually on section 20, sorry, wait.
19.
Section 19. Scope and depth of feasibility studies. There is a new provision here, the required level of detail for feasibility study. So you would note very extensive na yung list natin no, of what is to be what is the content of a feasibility study. So just to note and to assuage the concerns of our implementing agencies, technically these are not new things, no? In practice, ito actually yung nakaka-delay because these are the things na hinahanap ng mga approving bodies, but because they were not explicitly mentioned in a list before, pabalik-balik yung implementing agency sa approval. So now we are just documenting it para may information symmetry on the part of the approving body and the implementing agency. In the case of LGUs, we have received a lot of questions. Pag ba nag-submit sa amin ng feasibility study, paano namin malalaman kung kompleto? Paano namin malalaman kung anong action ang dapat namin gawin? This is supposed to guide that. So, this is not red tape, no, na parang nagdagdag tayo. These have been existing and we're just making sure that it is now known and documented to everyone. There are, however, additional inputs no na gusto i-further clarify. In item P, for example, we'd like to highlight na yung VFM analysis as drafted no is only required in the case of solicited projects. The idea is that in the case of unsolicited proposals, the private sector might not have the data, no, and the capacity to do a VFM analysis on behalf of the government. The expectation is that kapag nag-submit na ng unsolicited proposal, si government ang may capacity at may responsibility to check whether may value for money ba if they proceed for this particular project. That is the reason why item P is worded this way. But since the publication of this version, we've received a number of comments and feedback, no? And I'm sharing for purposes of getting more inputs to this. The other idea is that baka dapat i-require na rin sa unsolicited proposals and just let the private sector get the information as they prepare their unsolicited proposal from the implementing agency. So parang part nung due diligence ng private sector in preparing the unsolicited proposal. The idea is that it will also give the implementing agency parang shorter time, no, na validation na lang yung gagawin niya instead of mag-start from scratch, given that of course may limited capacity din yung government. So those are the two ideas, no, that we will definitely be raising to the IRR committee for decision. So any input, comments or comments will be welcome. But meanwhile on item S, no, line 11 nakalagay sex aggregated. This should be sex disaggregated data. And then there are suggestions to also clarify, no, yung requirements sa FS na i-consider yung mga heritage anong tawag doon, mga heritage considerations, heritage sites considerations, geotechnical considerations, LARAP, and I can't understand my handwriting. What's the other one? And it should be consistent with prudent industry practice. So that particular statement is being proposed to be added in this list. So that's what we have so far. Any comments, inputs on the feasibility on section 19 pertaining to feasibility studies? Yes, thank you.
Good morning po. This is Joshua po from MWSS Corporate Office. May I suggest lang po to add for the financial and economic viability yung minimum financial and economic indicator na required for the proposal para po guided din yung ating IAs kung ano yung kailangan nilang hanapin for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. We're taking note of that and the TWG will discuss this. May mga approaches dyan, no? We can put it here, medyo kasi specific, no? I understand parang hurdle rates ba yung gusto nating tinutukoy natin dito to guide the implementing agency. One approach is to put it in the IRR. The other is to put it in the guidelines later on kasi diba there is going to be an ICC and the PPP-GB issuance. So, but yes, we're definitely taking note of that suggestion. Salamat.
Jeff, this is a question from under section 19 from Ms. Althea Alberto of Baguio City LGU. I noted that stakeholder analysis is not included in the list of feasibility study information. Will this still be incorporated?
Very good feedback, ma'am. It's in our minds, it's covered under anong tawag dito? Under item N, social and environmental analysis. Social to include stakeholder analysis, no, of concern those stakeholders. But yes, I think we need to be more explicit on that one. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Letter S, Madeline Hilario po of the National Council on Disability Affairs. On the letter S, information on job description, I hope the persons with disability is included in the workforce. And uh, it says here, which includes corresponding sex disaggregated data. Can we also include disability, sex and disability disaggregated data? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this input.
Other questions from our on-site attendees? If none, may I just share that we have already reached the 500 maximum participant. If we have colleagues who will not be admitted in the Zoom meeting room, please join or tune in via Facebook and YouTube pages, and be assured that our training team is monitoring your inputs, comments, and feedbacks. So at this point, the Jeff can now proceed with the next part of the discussion.
Yes, we now go to section 20, stakeholder consultation. Wala kaming update. As published, that's the draft so far. Any comments or inputs on this one? There appears to be none. Section 21, investment recovery schemes. We also have no further updates unless there are inputs, comments, suggestions on this section. We go to section 22, mitigation of interconnectivity and interface risks. We have an update here. So on the last paragraph, no, yung lines 13 to 17 of page 27 shown on our screen, we note that we also recognize that the Office of Legal Counsels of LGUs can be the statutory counsels in the case of local PPP projects. Yan. So yung line 16 na nakalagay dyan. We also got inputs here, particularly on clarifying the content, the content of the MOA in terms of one, yung level of details. Number two, who are supposed to be, who and when will this be, who are involved and when is this required? Because in in line 35 to 36, it says, agreed upon by all relevant parties, including the implementing agency and the private proponent. The term private proponent here might have to be deleted because, especially in the case of solicited projects, sa development part, no, wala pa yung private proponent. So, yun, we will clean this up, just a disclosure. Any other inputs, comments on section 22, mitigation of interconnectivity and interface risks? Kung wala, I'll go to section 23, land value capture strategies. We just want to clarify, no, as worded, wala ring edits dito, but the practical implication is that this is not required for implementing agencies and in PPP projects, no. Wala pang, so unless there is a subsequent PPP governing board issuance, this is more of a policy statement more than a specific requirement insofar as yung mga documents or requirements are concerned. Any question on section 23, land value capture strategies? If there's none, we now go to Title 4, Evaluation and Approval of PPP Projects. Again, for Title 4, there are two chapters. One chapter for national evaluation and approval of national PPP projects, and another chapter for evaluation and approval of local PPP projects. Some sections will be applicable to both national and local PPPs. We may skip some sections in local if we have already covered it under national. Pero pasadahan pa rin natin as much as we can. Okay, so Chapter 1, Evaluation and Approval of National PPP Projects, Section 24. That's on page 27 and 28. In Section 24.1, we would like to give you an update. So there is a table here which breaks down yung milestones no nung 120 calendar days. Here the in the recent IRR committee discussion, we will retain yung mga milestone deadlines, no, but the breakdown will have to be issued na as part of the guidelines to be issued by the ICC. For Section 24.2, the ICC guidelines will thresh out how to operationalize the green lane process for SUCs, no? And again, we'd like to remind this is different from the green lane project of the BOI, which pertains to granting of incentives and processing of projects, no? This one is specifically green lane for approval of SUC PPP projects. Any comment on Section 24.2? Kung wala, I go to Section 24.3. Ito naman yung for projects below 15 billion pesos. Here, there is Table 2, no? Again, similar din sa Table 1, we will retain the 90 calendar day deadline for the approving body, but the breakdown will have to be threshed out in the ICC guidelines. Any comments, questions on Section 24.3? On page 30, still under the same section, we want to highlight lines 1 to 6. So, if the head of the agency, again, this is for national PPP projects. So, this is not applicable to our LGU participants. If the head of the implementing agency is the approving body, the IA shall create its internal guidelines for processing the evaluation and approval process. Provided that the agency will still be using the same criteria, the same forms, the same templates and list of requirements as issued by the ICC, to be issued by ICC in the approval guidelines. So just to be clear, kasi merong before may interpretation na pag head of agency, bahala na silang magkaroon ng sariling approval process. We have to clarify, hindi absolute yung internal guidelines na gagawin ng ahensya. It's really just a matter of documenting paano yung step-by-step process nyo to come up with a final decision on the 90th day. But the evaluation criteria, the forms, the templates, the required documents, all of those, hindi siya pwedeng maging inconsistent doon sa i-issue ng ICC guidelines. So I hope that is clear. In fact, we added sa lines 23 to 24, no? 22 to 24 of the same page.
So in case there are inconsistencies between the code and this IRR and the approval guidelines to be issued by the implementing agencies, precedence will be given to the code and this IRR. So clearly, the intent is clear, no? It's just the internal processing ang kailangan ma-document. So, will it be handled by a committee, an ad hoc committee, or are they creating a unit internally to help process yung recommendation to approve? That is the subject of the internal guidelines. Pero yung criteria, forms, everything else will follow the ICC guidelines. And then, on lines 31 to 35, no, you might have noticed there is a paragraph that states that the approving body shall, in all cases, consult with the DOF prior to approval in respect of the feasibility of the government undertakings and or APs, yada, yada, yada. The update here is that the IRR committee is considering the deletion of this paragraph. We understand the concerns of some of our stakeholders we na yung intent really of the law is to sort of delegate yung approval authorities, no? So instead of requiring this parang consultation process with the DOF, it will be in a May statement, no? It will be framed as a May statement. It's more of DOF offering its service in case agencies would want to seek their advice, no, in terms of government undertakings and availability payments. Any questions so far? 24.3, that's page 29 and 30 of the draft. I'll now go to section 24.4. Here, we want to note that the operationalization of items A to E, no, which are lifted from the law, will be in the next section, sa section 25. Hindi na namin dito ipinasok. So, we will discuss that in a bit. And then number 2, sa item C, no, we wish to highlight that government undertakings in the form of right-of-way will not be considered a financial government undertaking under this item. Siguro bago ako mag-pause kasi kakambal niya talaga yung section 25, I'll discuss yung determination of the national PPP project below 15 billion which requires ICC approval. So let's start with section 25.1. Here we want to highlight, no, so in lines 1 to 7 of page 32, nandito yung considerations, no, to determine kung meron bang overlap yung isang PPP project or if negatively affecting yung isang PPP project. There 4 to 6, no? If the proposed project or a significant part thereof has the same alignment or site, the proposed project or a significant part thereof has the same catchment area, or the proposed PPP project caters to the same market or group and offers the substitute services. So this is supposed to guide implementing agencies and concerned agencies, including the PPP Center, in determining, no, whether may hit yung 1 to 5 criteria. And then a clarification in items 9 to 14 that if the implementing agency deems that the information in the consolidated investment plans and in the list of PPP projects are insufficient to determine yung mga overlaps na to at yung impact, no,
The implementing agency shall be responsible for validating the existence of a physical overlap or of negative effects contemplated herein with the relevant government agencies. A finding of the existence of any physical overlap or of negative effects pursuant to this section will subject the national PPP project to ICC approval. So, in short, in the course of monitoring, kung nag-insist yung agency at the beginning or for whatever reason, dineclare as hindi namin kailangan ng ICC approval but later on na na-determine na kailangan yung ICC approval, that project, that proposed project, will have to be brought to the ICC for discussion. Now, to prevent naman yung instances, preventive measure naman para hindi na umabot sa point na yon, we have added a provision, no? Where is that item? So later on sa section 25.3, may general rule that agencies may seek the guidance of the PPP Center to help determine whether the project ba will hit the 5 criteria even prior to moving into the next stage, no? So meron tayong clear guidance or clear mechanism to avoid confusion. At the same time, if it so happens na hindi nasunod yung 5 criteria, malinaw din what the next process is, and that is to bring it to the appropriate approving body. So any questions, comments so far? Sorry. And one last item under this section 25.1, no? In the last consultation session, there was a suggestion to clarify what happens to those PPP projects na parang naturally merong mga overlaps, no? And the example given was hospital projects. We may build one orthopedic center and one kidney facility. They are different, yes. They also cater to different markets, but they have similar services, no? Both of them would have ERs, both of them would have clinical services, etc. Paano yun? So lahat ba yun aakyat na sa ICC? So the TWG proposed this language, no, as published. We tried to clarify. But in the course of the discussion, just an update, no? And based on feedback also from the stakeholders, this might be too specific a carve out and might add more confusion. And so the ongoing discussion is that as a general rule, may criteria talaga na pag may similar services, etc., then it has to go through the ICC. Anyway, ang cure natin dito is predictable pa rin in terms of the number of days yung approval process natin. And number two, there is a window through the ICC guidelines where the ICC actually may come up with this kind of parang carve out, no? Instead of it being in the IRR, pwedeng sa ICC guidelines siya ma-discuss. So these are the options that are being discussed at the moment. But we're raising this because we want your feedback, no? So you see this version and the update that I have just given. Kindly let us know kung anong what you think about this ongoing discourse. Comments, input, suggestion, o gutom na ba tayo? Wala rin sa online? Sige, we have until March 8, no, to think about these things. I think those on our end, no, sa TWG, ay pagod na rin yung isang mic. Makailang mic kaya tayo today? Mga so that on the part of the TWG, we're weighing in on these options, so what we will be recommending to the IRR committee. So, ayun. We have until March 8 para tulungan kami to gather the thoughts, no, and to further refine this. Sige, kung walang comments, inputs, I'll go to section 25.2. So pardon the yung mga clean up ng text, we're still cleaning this up, yung those that require government undertakings or availability payments to be funded by GAA. What we want to highlight is item 6, line 6 to 11. Basically, it says PPP projects of subsidized IAs shall be approved by the ICC. So, even if the project is below 15 billion, so this is the practical implication, no? Even if the project is below 15 billion, say you're a GOCC, and you are not using the GAA, but rather your funds, no, your corporate budget, your corporate fund. But if you are a subsidized agency, which means you got funding from the GAA, then your PPP projects, even if they are below 15 billion, will be subject to ICC evaluation and approval. So that is the proposed language here. And we're open to comments, input, suggestions on this one. I think basically yung ongoing discussion the idea is that fungible kasi itong mga funds na to, di ba? So kung may fund galing sa GAA, tapos nilagay lang din sa corporate funds, and then effectively that money, sabi nung batas, at least may one reading na funding pa rin yun from the national government. And so the projects of these types of GOCCs should be subject of an ICC evaluation and approval. On the other hand, we also have an input that states the law only tries to capture you from a project point of view, no, whether or not the funds to be used for the project is coming from the national government budget or not. It does not look at the nature of the implementing agency. So there might be no need to add this sort of another layer of another dimension, no, in the IRR. So those are the two types of comments naman we have been receiving for this particular item. So any inputs, comments, suggestions would be very much welcome, no? Malay nyo, yung argument niya na ang hintay namin para maka-decide. Yes, please.
Hi sir, from MWSS Corporate Office po. Bali po sa water sector kasi we aim for redundancy of water supply. So which means na we're targeting the same consumers. Would that be considered as an overlap?
Good question. Dun sa item 3, seemingly, yung market natin doon pertains to that. Na may similar market, no? But for practical implications, we will raise that to the TWG and the IRR committee. Thank you for that input and question. Siguro mga yes.
DDG, how can we reconcile this provision with that provisions of PPP code with respect to unsolicited proposals? Kasi si 25.2 appears to make no distinction with respect to solicited and unsolicited. But if you look at the PPP code, it's very clear that with respect to unsolicited proposal, there shall be no subsidy of any kind from the government.
Yes. So the general answer is this section. Hello? Yeah. Hello? Yan. The general answer is this section applies to unsolicited proposals also. What we have to note though is, so yes, we cannot give subsidies to unsolicited proposals, but note that what is being discussed in this section, for instance, yung term availability payment is not a subsidy, no, which is also clarified in the law. So yun, ganun siya. In short, APs may be requested for unsols, but it has to undergo this approval process. Kung may requested AP ang isang unsolicited proposal, kahit na below 15 billion siya, it has to be elevated to the ICC. So that is the practical implication of that. And note that availability payment is not a guarantee, it is not a subsidy. It is an investment recovery scheme, a repayment scheme. Thank you. Any other comments, questions, inputs here? If there's none, I'll go to, sorry, where were we? We're now at 25.3. JV contribution of implementing agent, when the JV contribution of implementing agency exceeds 50% of assets. So here we just highlighted, no, we want to highlight what other pertinent documents are being referred to and what will constitute the phrase entire assets. So it's here in this section. So any comment, input, suggestion on this? Last two items on section 25, no? First, NEDA and PPP Center would be able to validate the existing of overlaps and GUs and subjecting such for ICC projects. So I did mention that earlier. And again, the IA may have the opportunity to consult with the PPP Center if the project falls under the 5 circumstances. The PPP Center may issue a non-binding opinion as part of its functions under the law. Any questions, comments, inputs on section 25 and its subsections? If there's none, I'll go to section 26, non-delegation of approving authority by the approving body. This is, we have no update here, no? So basically, reiteration ito nung isang provision in the law itself. If there's none, I'll go to section 27, ICC review and updating of project cost thresholds. Again, reiteration of what is in the law. Unless there are comments, inputs, suggestions on this section, I'll go to section 28. 28 is criteria for approval of national PPP projects. So we understand this will also apply to local PPP projects. That is section 39 of chapter 2. So I guess at this point, no, anyone who has questions on the criteria may raise it now. Wala ring update dito, so whatever is published, that is pretty much what has been discussed by the IRR committee also, unless may additional input. Sir.
So, good morning po. Crisando Perez from the National Council on Disability Affairs. So on behalf of the NCDA Secretariat, we would like to suggest that, dali lang po. All PPP projects should take into consideration the accessibility requirements of persons with disabilities from the design to implementation in compliance to disability laws such as Batas Pambansa 344, Republic Act 7277, otherwise known as the Magna Carta of Persons with Disabilities, as amended, and international commitments, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Moreover, for all disability concerned in the development of the PPP projects, the NCDA can provide technical assistance and consultation with the disability sector. So going back po dun sa Section 8, the following affects the daily activity of persons with disabilities. Roads, transport, which includes land, sea, and air. Educational infrastructure, health infrastructure, government buildings, so etc. po. In relation to this, we also suggest to include disability, accessibility, and universal design in the definition of terms. Disability, according to Republic Act 7277, shall mean a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more psychological, physiological, or anatomical function of an individual or activities of such individual. A record of such an impairment or being regarded as having such an impairment. So, accessibility according to BP 344, the following basic principles should be applied. So, accessibility, the built environment shall be designed so that it shall be accessible to all people. This means that no criteria shall impede the use of facilities by either the person with disabilities or person without disabilities. Reachability. Provision shall be adopted and introduced to the physical environment so that as many places or buildings as possible can be reached by all. Usability. The built environment shall be designed so that all persons, whether with disability or not, may use and enjoy it. Orientation. Finding a person's way inside and outside of the building or open space shall be made easy for everyone. Safety. Designing for safety ensures that people shall be able to move without less hazard to life and health. Workability and efficiency. The built environment shall be designed to allow the person with disability citizen to participate and contribute to the development goals. Last, the universal design. According to UNCRPD, universal design means the design of products, environments, programs, and services to be usable by all people to the greatest extent possible without the need for adoption or specialized design. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're taking note of the inputs and we'll definitely discuss this to the TWG.
Okay po.
Any more inputs? If there's none, I go to section 29, completeness of national PPP projects submitted to the approving body. So I note that this will also apply to local PPP projects. That would be section 40 of chapter 2. So basically, there's going to be an issuance, ICC for national, PPP GB for local, and there's a minimum list of what will be required here. Any question on section 29? There's a raised hand, please.
Morning. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Morning. Noel from the Anti-Red Tape Authority. So, my question is in relation to Section 24 in relation to Section 29. So, in Section 24, it is provided that the periods there's 90 days from determination of completeness. So it seems to indicate that the 90-day period is different from the period within which to determine the completeness. But under Section 29, there's a statement there that um, uh, under Section 29, it seems to say that the period for determination of completeness is included under the 90-day period. Can we clarify that, sir?
Yes, thank you for that question. And yes, you are correct in your observation. That is why in my update earlier, the table will have to be removed. What we will retain is just the deadline of 120 and 90 calendar days. And then in the ICC guidelines, it will be clarified. What will prevail is Section 29, which states, because it's more consistent with the law, the counting of the 120 and the 90 days will be reckoned from the determination of completeness. So there will be a time where to identify the starting period. No? So there will be a deadline also to determine the completeness. So the process would be upon submission, X number of days to determine whether it's complete. If it's complete, then that will kick off the 120 or the 90.
Okay, thank you. And additional, under Section 29, there's a period of 7 days within which to reply to the agency if the project is not approved, but there's no counterpart when the project is approved.
Okay, got that. Thank you. The team will take note and include that.
Thank you.
Salamat. Anyone else with inputs, comments on this section? If there's none, I'll go to section 30, minimum parameters, terms, and conditions or PTCs for national PPP projects. Note that this is also applicable to local PPP projects, particularly in section 41 of chapter 2. Unless there are comments, inputs, I'll go to the next section, 31, guidelines, forms, templates for...
Jeff.
Yes.
There's one question from our online attendees under section 30 on minimum PTCs. This is from Sagay Water District. Will the implementing agency be the one to decide if it will be a solicited or unsolicited proposal?
Uh, in general and in principle, yes. In terms of practicality though, of course the agency cannot decide at the beginning no kung hindi dapat unsolicited to because ang trigger ng unsolicited proposal is the private sector. So magmamatter yung question is kapag pumasok na yung unsolicited proposal, do I want to undertake this project via solicited or unsolicited proposal? The answer is yes, it would be the implementing agency who would be in control dun sa decision na yun. More questions? Inputs? If there's none, as I was saying earlier, I'm going to read yung section 31, guidelines, forms, templates for
also apply to local PPP projects, particularly in Section 42, except that it will be the PPP Governing Board who will be the one to issue the guidelines and not the ICC. Any comments on Section 31? Hearing none, I go to Section 32. Failure of the approving body to render a decision on the national PPP project. This applies to local PPP projects, particularly Section 43 of Chapter 2. What we just want to highlight here is yung addition ng concept ng pag-issue ng PPP Center ng formal notification on how the deemed approval will be operationalized, no? In the first round, yun yung question. Pwede bang immediately pagkatapos nung in the morning after the date of the last day, can we publish the procurement invitation? So the answer is that the PPP Center will have to issue that notification, which shall serve as the reckoning point for the steps moving forward. Second is that yung submitted PTCs na sinubmit, no, at the onset, yung original submission, is the one that will be deemed approved if the approving body fails to decide on the proposed project within the approval period. So, hindi yun parang whatever lang yung madiscuss, tas nag-cut off, kung ano yung draft at that point, yun yung magiging final PTCs. The deliberation is that will lead to so many confusion, no? Kasi you don't know nasan yung reckoning point pati yung documentation. And so para standard, if the approving body fails to decide on the deadline, whatever is the submitted PTC shall be deemed approved. So approving bodies who are online, let's be guided accordingly. And then next is okay, we also want to highlight yung section lines 5 to 14, no? Is specifically where the approving body or the actor is the head of the agency. If there is a failure to act within to decide within the deadline, they will be given 15 calendar days to submit a catch-up plan, no, on the proposed project to the PPP Center. If there is still no action after that 15-day period, the PPP Center shall report them to the approving body. The approving shall report the approving body to the ARTA, COA, and the Joint Congressional Oversight Committee. Also, we have added item C, line 21, that the ICC Technical Board is also committing to meet at least twice a month unless there is no PPP project in the in the pipeline of projects for ICC evaluation. Questions, comments, inputs? If there's none, I'll go to section 33, finality of the decisions of the approving body. This will also apply to section 44 of chapter 2 in the case of local PPP projects. Two, evaluation and approval of local PPP projects. First is section 34, confirmation by local development councils of local PPP projects implemented by LGUs prior to approval. So we want to highlight three things here. First, yung question, no, may mga comments before na malaki yung LDC and the time is very limited. So the IRR is introducing yung concept ng LDC Execom, which shall be utilized to act on behalf of the LDC, no, for purposes of performing this confirmation role under the code and the IRR. We also note that the LDC is not an approving body, no. It's supposed to confirm whether or not the proposed project is aligned with the local development plan and raise issues that they may find for consideration of the approving body, that is the sanggunian. Okay, and this will be required to all projects, all LGU PPP projects before submission to sanggunian. Okay, and then in lines 24 to 25, no, yung line 25 pertaining to the sanctions that may be imposed under section X of this IRR, this shall refer to section 32 of the code, hindi section X of the IRR. We also note that the last paragraph of this section, lines 1 to 4, will be reframed, will be revised. Similar din sa pinag-usapan natin kanina, hindi siya magiging requirement, but rather an optional, no, act that the LGU or the LDC may want to consider if they want to consult with the DOF with regard to their government undertakings and their availability payments, even if those are not funded by the national government. Again, we want to stick to the principle of the law na decentralized or delegated yung approving authority. But we also recognize that some LGUs may want to consult with the national government for guidance. And so this provision will be revised. Particularly this last paragraph. Any questions, comments, inputs? If there's none, I'll go to the next section. Section 35, National Government Endorsement of Local PPP Projects Affecting National or Sectoral Development Plans and National Projects. Similar dun sa LDC, we recognize that the RDC is quite a big group, especially for certain regions. And so the IRR committee is introducing yung pag-utilize ng executive committee instead, no, who will be acting on behalf of the RDC. The details as to who these are or may flexibility ba on who these by the PPP Governing Board on the approval guidelines. Different naman ito doon sa LDC confirmation, no? In the case of RDC endorsement, and this will be only required, no, kapag ka may kailangang national government undertaking or nag-a-affect sa isang national plan or national project, there is a within 60 ba or 30, within 30 calendar days, no, the RDC Execom may endorse or reject the local PPP project, especially those that, for example, would conflict, no. But this does not stop, will not stop the LGU from modifying, no, the proposed project so that it will be harmonized with the plans and the projects of the national government. Again, in lines 32 to 34, yung lines, yung statement na imposed under Section X of this IRR will be replaced with Section 32 of the PPP Code. Now, in the IRR, still under this section, so last paragraph, you will note that the RDC meeting shall be held, Execom meetings, no, shall be held once a month unless no project shall be subject, unless there is no PPP project set for endorsement. Any inputs, questions, comments on section 35? If there's none, I'm going to proceed to section 36, approval of proposed government undertakings or availability payments using national government funds for local PPP projects. So here, to 19, no, similar dun sa kanina, will be revised. So instead of adding this as additional requirement, yung requirement to consult, it will be an optional thing, no, for those LGUs who would want to consult with the Department of Finance. Lines 21 to 29, on the other hand, just to highlight, ICC will only approve the government undertaking or availability payments being requested, not the project itself. And in lines 31 to 33, permits, clearances, licenses, or endorsements from the national government required for local PPP projects shall not be considered as government undertakings by the national government for local solicited PPP projects. And then I go to lines 14 to 18 of page 43. We just want to highlight that the PPP Governing Board will be issuing the guidelines that will standardize the templates and procedures. Any questions so far on section 36? If there's none, I will go to section 37, appropriate approving body for local PPP projects. This is just to clarify that the approval of local PPP projects is also 120 calendar days. And this would refer to either the LUC board or the the sanggunian of the LGU. Any comments on section 37? Appropriate approving body for local PPP projects. If there's none, I go to section 38, approval of a local PPP project covering 2 or more LGUs. I think what is only highlighted here, as in the past, kapag pwedeng magsama-sama yung mga LGUs as co-grantors, but all of their sanggunian, the sanggunian concerned will be, the approval ng concerned sanggunians will be required. Section 39, criteria for approval of local PPP projects. This is exactly a mirror, no, of what was previously discussed sa national project. So unless may comments, inputs on this one, I will go to the next item, section 40, completeness of local PPP projects submitted to the approving body. Again, this is a mirror provision as we have discussed in the section for national PPP projects. Unless there are comments, inputs, suggestions, we'll go to the next section. Section 41, minimum parameters, terms, and conditions for local PPP projects. This is also a mirror provision, exactly the same as the one discussed for national PPP projects. So unless there are questions, comments, inputs, we'll go to section 42. Section 42 is guidelines, forms, and templates for local PPP project review and approval. This is also a mirror provision except for the mention of anong tawag dito? Of the ICC, no? Instead of the ICC, it will be the PPP Governing Board who shall issue the guidelines, forms, and templates. If there are no comments, questions, inputs, I'll go to section 43. Failure of the approving body to enter, failure of the approving body to render a final decision on the local PPP project. This is also a mirror provision doon sa national PPP project. So unless merong inputs, comments, suggestions, we'll go to section 44. finality of the decision of the approving body for the local PPP project. This is also a mirror provision. Unless there are comments, questions, inputs, we'll go to the next title. This is the last section of Title 4, Evaluation and Approval of PPP Projects.
DD Jeff, there is one suggestion from one of our Facebook attendees. This is from Mr. Abet Domingo. Suggestion for ease of processing, approving PPP projects with multiple partners, like implementing agencies, LGUs. A special lane shall be created at the PPP center, similar to one-stop shop processing center for multi-cooperating partners related PPP projects.
Thank you for that suggestion. We're taking note and we'll discuss that with the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
As of this moment, DDJF, we have no more questions or suggestions from our online attendees. We can now proceed with the next title.
Okay, given the time, no, that we are proposing to jump to Title 10, Government Undertakings instead of unsolicited proposals. Title 10 is page 133 of our draft IRR. So these are just a few pages, no? Pages 133 to 137. So here, there was a suggestion in the last batch of consultations to define every government undertaking term that we used in the IRR. So just to update you, all definitions of the defined terms in the law were lifted, no? Minirror lang dito sa IRR. And for those items na walang definition sa law, ang ginamit ng TWG at ng committee ay yung revised 2022 IRR definition, which we understand has just been recently, nung 2022, undergone a public stakeholder consultation also. So for disclosure, yung mga items na hindi defined sa law are yung performance undertaking, and yung other forms, at saka yung government equity. I also note that we added item J, yung credit enhancements, no? But yeah. And that also, the definition came from the revised 2022 IRR. As well as yung legal and security assistance. Unless there are comments, inputs, suggestions on this item, I will go to section 168. So you would notice every sections moving forward will further discuss each of the government undertakings. No? So I go to section 168, subsidy. Any comments, inputs, questions on this one? If there's none, we'll go to section 169, credit enhancements. Again, for this one, we got the definition or the discussion from the revised 2022 IRR. Any comments, questions, inputs? Kung wala, I'll jump to section 170, guarantee on demand. Lines 22 to 25, nilift lang ito sa PPP code. Section 170, kung walang comments, input, suggestion, I'll go to section 171, guarantee on loan repayment. Section lines 28 to 32 were lifted from the PPP code. No edits. Any comments, questions, clarifications, suggestions? If there's none, I'll go to section 172, guarantee on private sector return. Lines 3 to line 6 of the draft were lifted from the PPP code with no edits. So unless there are comments, questions, suggestions, we'll jump to the next item. Section 173, Government Equity. For this item, lines 9 to 11 were lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. Unless there are comments, questions, suggestions, inputs, we are jumping to section 174, performance undertaking. The definition in lines 14 to 19 were all lifted with no edits from the revised 2022 IRR. Any comments, suggestions, inputs? If there's none, I'll go to section 175, legal assistance. As mentioned, lines 22 to 26 were all lifted with no edits from the revised 2022 IRR. Any comments, questions, suggestions, inputs? If there's none, last item under Title 10, Section 176, Security Assistance. Lines 29 and 30 as well as lines 1 and 2 of page 137 were lifted with no edits from the revised 2022 IRR. Any comments, questions, suggestions, inputs? If there's none, that ends our Title 10. So far we've tackled Titles 2, 3, 4, and 10.
DED Jeff, can we have a few more? These are questions
Yes.
related to the earlier sections of the IRR. First question is from LGU San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Can the LDC Executive Committee of the LGU act or decide on and forward the endorsement of the local PPP project in lieu of the LDC full council?
That is what is being proposed to be included in the IRR, sir. The basis of which is the section of the PPP code that states that the implementing rules and regulations shall set out the specific rules on how the law could be implemented. So in terms of process, dito sa IRR, yun ang ating legal basis. Of course, we want our LGU feedback, no, comments and suggestions.
Next question is from Miss Maricel de Luping Kile of one of our online attendees from our Facebook Live. Can the local development council concerned disapprove the recommendation of the national level?
Can the LDC concerned disapprove? Okay, so this is a good question. So, ang this example presumes na number one, the proposed LGU PPP project affects the master plan, no, of a PPP of a national of the national government. Kaya niya kinailangan ng RDC endorsement. And that RDC endorsement is first required prior to elevating it to the, or prior to endorsing it to the LDC for confirmation. So, kung na-hurdle na yung RDC, the question is, pag pinasa ba sa LDC, pwedeng i-reject yung endorsement ng RDC? Because the national level here is the RDC. So the face of the national government is the RDC. No, that's clear in the law. So the answer is no. Per section, what section is that? Section sorry, please. Section 34 of the draft IRR states na yung confirmation na ina-expect from the LDC going up to the sanggunian will include two things. No? Number one, yung confirmation whether the proposed project is aligned with local development plan, and two, any other concerns, red flags, whatever, that will be considered by the sanggunian in the course of its deliberation. So the answer is no. There is no rejection at that level. Kung merong concern yung LDC or may gustong i-flag, those shall form part of the confirmation it shall issue papunta doon sa sanggunian. It will be the sanggunian who will ultimately decide and consider these concerns raised by the local development council.
Jeff, this is another question from Ms. Althea Alberto of the City Government of Baguio. Can the Sanggunian hold public consultations as part of their approval process? If in the affirmative, will this be in conflict with the confidentiality information provision in Section 30C of the PPP Code?
Thank you. And this is a question, but this is a really good input. On the first part, yes, there is no prohibition in conducting public consultations. In fact, it is expected to be threshed out in the PPP Governing Board issuance, no? Na these public consultations, prerogative yan ng local government units. On the second part, yung 30C of the PPP Code, you would note in the succeeding sections nitong IRR, draft IRR natin, we have introduced the concept, a defined term called confidential business information. So, there is a process. Number one, i-define natin kung ano ang confidential talaga. Number two, may proseso kung papaano yung pag-declare ng confidentiality, and in which case, only these things yung hindi natin pwedeng i-disclose. Everything else shall be considered for public consumption. So we'll touch this more later. Thank you.
Jeff, under Section 4, definition of MAGA, there are few questions. First is, so these are from Baguio City LGU also. The first question is, for local government projects, is it still considered as MAGA if the government action is from the national government and not LGU?
Okay, now I'm looking at all the lawyers in the room. I think okay, let's put it this way. As a general rule, normally the answer is yes in principle. Okay? But there are contracts kasi where some things are qualified, no? So, minsan, depende dun sa nature ng project, pwedeng may specific provision na may carve out. So, that question, medyo may nuance yung answer. But as a general rule, in principle, in concept, and as defined, it's one government concept. So, yun.
So as a follow-up, Jeff, they suggested if can the IRR committee consider excluding NG actions from definition of MAGA for local projects MAGAs can lead to event of default by the government, thus LGUs shoulder the risks and costs of NG actions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for these inputs. No, we'll definitely discuss this in the TWG. Offhand, this is precisely why we wanted like just a general definition of what MAGA is. Tapos yung operationalization niya could be in a contract by contract basis. This is exactly what I was talking about. Sometimes there would be PPP projects where national government actions, even in a LGU project, warranted na makonsider siya as MAGA. That adds confidence dun sa private sector partners natin, no? So and at the risk and we might the risk of putting in so much caveats, no? Doon sa general definition of MAGA, we might miss things, number one, or mahinder yung flexibility in terms of negotiating dun sa on a per contract basis. So yeah, but we're taking this as an input and we will have this deliberated on by the TWG and the committee. My colleagues might want to add. So yes, will definitely these two suggestions points will be raised to the TWG and the committee. Thank you.
Miss Maricel the Luping Kilay has a follow-up question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, the Jeff, this is the follow-up question. Can the Sanggunian concern have the authority to disapprove the recommendation of the RDC?
They will not what's the term used? Reject? Ano yun? Disapprove.
Disapprove.
They cannot disapprove the endorsement issued by the RDC because that's an action done by the RDC endorsement. What they can disapprove is the project itself, the proposed project itself. So I hope that's clear, no? So in short, not because may endorsement ng RDC means required nang i-approve ni Sanggunian yung PPP project. So they are the ultimate approving body. So the RDC and the LDC endorsements, those are like inputs to guide their deliberation of the proposed project. Do we have more comments, inputs, suggestions? So, so far we have covered titles 2, 3, 4, and 10. We're 50% batting rate dun sa ating mga targets. So, when we go back after lunch, we will cover titles 5, 9, ay hindi naman, more than 50% pala. Tatlo lang yun. So 5, 6, and 9 before we start with title 14. But you still can provide inputs, comments, suggestions, again, up to March 8, no? Even those that we have already discussed earlier.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeff. Let us give him one warm round of applause, please. Okay, so at this point, we will now be having our lunch break. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. For our attendees, we would like to remind that we have an online attendance form. So, for our online and on-site attendees, we are sharing the QR code for the attendance form so that you'll be able to receive some of the final reminders and any materials that the PPP Center, IRR Committee, TWG members, and the training team will be sharing later. So let's be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. thank the UPPAF Respond for supporting the stakeholder consultation. So to provide again guidelines on how to facilitate the questions from our attendees, I would like to quickly um, mention it again. For on-site attendees, please raise your hand and proceed to the microphone stand. And please state your name and your agency or institution or affiliation, followed by your question, inputs, comments, and feedback. And if you could indicate which section in the draft PPP code IRR is your question. For our online attendees, Facebook and YouTube live stream attendees, please type in your name, underscore your agency, institution, or affiliation, and then your question, inputs, comments, and indicate which section in the draft PPP code IRR are you referring to. So now we will continue. DD Jeff.
So good afternoon, everyone. We're back. Uh, we'll continue with the rest of the items that we should have discussed in the morning session before we jump to part 2. We'll start with Title 5, Unsolicited Proposals. This would be pages 49 to 59 of the published draft IRR. Let's start with Chapter 1, Unsolicited Proposals for Projects in the Lists of PPP Projects. So here, I'd like to reiterate the note I have relayed earlier that UNSOLs, there's a proposal to include a provision that states that unsolicited proposals cannot be accepted for projects that have already been approved by the approving body. So, pwede lang yung reimbursement mechanism for those projects na hindi pa na-approve. Also, we'd like to highlight lines 33, page 49. The reimbursement by the winning bidder shall be a condition for award. No, yung reimbursement of the what do you call this? Of the development cost. Now, there is also a proposal under Chapter 1, no, an ongoing discussion to add a policy statement under Title 5, which states that if there is failure of negotiation, the reimbursement shall be by the proponent who submitted the unsolicited proposal. So remember, the concept is, if a project that is in the list of PPP projects or in the list of consolidated investment plan is a subject of an unsolicited proposal, it may be allowed subject to the reimbursement of the development costs incurred by the government. Ang magre-reimburse ay yung winning bidder. The question in the previous sessions we've had is paano pag hindi nag-successfully reach sa award, no, or magkaroon ng collapse in the middle of negotiation. So the intent is to add a policy here that if there is failure of negotiation, the reimbursement of the development cost shall be by the private proponent who submitted the unsolicited proposal. Any questions, comments, inputs on Chapter 1 under Title 5? If there's none, I go to Chapter 2, Limitations on Government Undertakings for Unsolicited Proposals. In this chapter, note that Item D is further thrashed out to clarify what it intends to say. No, this is with regard to taxes. So it now reads, additional exemptions from any tax other than those provided for by applicable laws, ordinances, or government issuances made pursuant to applicable laws at the time of submission of the unsolicited proposal by the IA to the appropriate approving body. So we have clarified yung parang reckoning point, no, kung kailan nagmamatter itong negative list na itong item in the negative list. Item H, on the other hand, yung government equity as defined in section, so this would be item 173. Just to disclose, so government equity as defined in section 173. That's it for chapter 2. And do we have comments, inputs, questions, clarifications on the negative list of government undertakings for unsolicited proposals? If there's none, I'll go to chapter 3, this time on processing of an unsolicited proposal. Section 45 is submission of an unsolicited proposal to the PPP Center for determination of completeness and appropriate approving body. I'd like to highlight in lines 14 to 18. So there is a paragraph here that clarifies that the PPP Center shall issue an acknowledgement on the day of the receipt of the unsolicited proposal and shall within 10 calendar days from the issuance of the official acknowledgement determine its completeness and the appropriate approving body pursuant to sections actually this will be changed to pursuant to Title 5 of this IRR. Unsolicited proposals submitted outside of business hours shall be considered submitted the following working day. There is also an update on this one. The IRR committee noted that there is no sort of consequence if the PPP Center fails to deliver the completeness check within calendar days. And so there is a proposal to add a sentence here, no, a provision that states that if the PPP Center fails to render a decision within the 10-day period, the proposal shall be deemed rejected without prejudice to penal sanctions under Section 32 of the Code. So two things there. The proposal is deemed incomplete, but the PPP Center shall be liable under Section 32. There is also we want to highlight item lines 20 to 22. The completeness check to be conducted by the PPP Center is for purposes of the detailed evaluation of the appropriate implementing agency and shall not be counted as part of the approval period by the appropriate approving body. This is a clarification that the TWG and the committee decided to include because we have received a lot of comments getting confused on the two completeness checks that have been mentioned in the law and in the draft, no? So there are two completeness checks. First is a completeness check upon submission to the PPP Center of the unsolicited proposal, no, for purposes of kickstarting the detailed evaluation of the implementing agency. So at this point, so this is one set of completeness check, no, to be issued by the PPP Center. The second completeness check is, remember ang process natin, pagkatapos ng completeness check ng PPP Center, kompleto pupunta sa implementing agency for a 90-day detailed evaluation where the implementing agency will decide whether they will reject or continue to process the project, accept it, no? If they accept it, pupunta pa uli sila ng negotiation phase. Max of 150 days. After a successful time that the original proponent status will be conferred, and the project will be submitted to the appropriate approving body. The second completeness check is at this level. Yung completeness check ng requirements ng approving body, which shall be naman issued by the ICC in the case of national projects, and the PPP Governing Board in the case of local projects, yung approval guidelines. No? So there will be another checklist there. So note that these two checklists are different but more or less similar. No? What would be the differences? For instance, there are requirements that may not be required for purposes of initial completeness check doon sa detailed evaluation na required na pagdating doon sa approving body. What are these? For example, yung VFM analysis, no? If the final decision of the committee is that it is the implementing agency who will conduct the VFM analysis, then for purposes of the PPP Center completeness check, the list will not include a VFM analysis. Pero pagdating doon sa approving body, because the expectation is that the implementing agency should have conducted the VFM analysis already, the VFM analysis requirement will be part of the second completeness check. So hopefully this clarifies no yung confusion doon sa dalawang completeness check. And so you will also note in the draft laging may karugtong no completeness check for purposes of detailed evaluation of the implementing agency and completeness check for purposes of evaluation and approval by the appropriate approving body. So I hope that is clear. Any comments, questions on section 45? If there's none, I'll go to section 46, assessing the completeness of an unsolicited proposal. No further updates on what has been published. Any comments, questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, I will now go to section 47, processing of an unsolicited proposal. There are also no changes so far in the version that was published. Unless there are comments, inputs, suggestion on this one, we will go to the next item. Do we have comments, inputs? Oh, just one pala. Line 6. It says here, pursuant to section 46. This has been updated to section 48. But of course, the final numbering will still bound to change depending on the final version. Any comments, inputs, questions? If there's none, I'll go to section 48, detailed evaluation of an unsolicited proposal. First, clarification based on the questions and the comments we have received so far. This section, this detailed evaluation of an unsolicited proposal by the implementing agency is different from the evaluation and approval of the appropriate approving body. So we will improve the naming of the sections, no? Kasi may mga na-confuse. But this particular section pertains to the detailed evaluation by the implementing agency. Hindi pa ito yung approval process. Instead, this is the 90-day detailed evaluation. No changes here so far unless we have comments, questions, clarifications. There appears to be none. I'll go to section 49. Treatment of more than one unsolicited proposal for the same or similar project. No changes in this section as of date. Unless there are comments, questions, inputs. We'll go to the next item, Section 50. Section 50 is acceptance or rejection of an unsolicited proposal. Here we have one point of clarification, no? Lines number 34 to 36. So, if the implementing agency fails to render a decision on the unsolicited proposal within 90 calendar days from the end of the evaluation period, the proposal shall be deemed approved to proceed to the negotiation process without prejudice to sanctions. Agency and the private proponent shall then commence negotiation under Section 51 of this IRR. What is the clarification here? In there were questions that in the code, it states the project is deemed approved, no? So it gets confusing because then if we say the project is already approved, wala nang negotiation na naganap, matik comparative challenge period na. So that is not the intent, of course, because the parties need to negotiate. So we are putting this clarification. The proposal shall be deemed approved to proceed to the negotiation process without, yeah, and then the sanction if warranted.
DED Jeff.
Yes.
There are two questions from our online attendees. The first question is from Ms. Althea Alberto of the City Government of Baguio. For lines 24 to 25, as previously discussed, will this affect those projects that are already in negotiation phase under sections 4.3 and 4.4 of the interim guidelines? If in the negative, may I suggest an inclusion that this does not apply to projects that were already being processed prior to the issuance of the IRR?
Yeah, the IRR committee and the technical working group has recognized this. No, the transitory provision of this IRR should provide clarity on what happens to projects that have been processed using the interim guidelines. Again, we always go back to the intent of the law, that is that the PPP code shall not cause delay in this project. So we will iron this out in the transitory provision.
Next question is from Mr. Juan Paulo Fajardo of the PDS PPP unit. After PPP Center forwards the unsolicited proposal to the implementing agency, are IAs allowed to holding technical meetings to clarify some aspects that the unsolicited proposal included in their proposal prior to the second completeness check?
Okay, good input. The IRR is silent. We are definitely taking this as a point of discussion in the TWG and the IRR committee. Thank you for this question. Oh, yeah. So that's the second question. So that's my cue to proceed to section 50, acceptance or rejection of an unsolicited proposal. Yun na pala yung kanina. Any other questions, comments, input? Sorry. If there's none, we will go to section 51, negotiation. So here we'd like to note in lines 11 to 14 of page 56, while the law allows up to 150 calendar days of negotiation, the discussion of the IRR committee is to provide at least 30 calendar day negotiation period up to 80 calendar day negotiation. And then there will be an allowable extension of up to 150 calendar days. So yun. So again, the intent is to mabilis posibleng ma-process yung ating mga projects but still being consistent with the PPP code of the Philippines. Are there any other comments, inputs in section 51, negotiation? If there's none, I'll go to the subsections. Section 51.1, successful negotiation. No other changes in the published draft unless there are comments, questions, inputs on this one. There appears to be none. We'll go to the next subsection, section 51.2, failure of negotiation. No changes also. So, unless my comments, questions, inputs. Okay. Is there a raised hand? No. Okay. Section 52, original proponent status. Here, the a clarification is to be made under this section, no? Particularly in the last paragraph, 28 to 30, lines 28 to 30, page 58. In the last series of consultation sessions, uh, questions raised pertain to until when is the deadline, no? Or what happens if in the middle of the comparative challenge process, the OPS that was conferred reaches the 1 year mark, in which case expired na. So back to zero na ba yung project? So we are adding lines 28 to 30 to clarify that. Without prejudice to the original proponent's right to match during the comparative challenge process, the expiration of the OPS shall no longer have an effect or consequence once the invitation for comparative proposals have been issued pursuant to Section 108 of this IRR. So, the practical implication is, kailangan mabit ng parties makapag-issue ng invitation for comparative proposal before the 1 year mark. Because at that point, kahit na lumampas na ng 1 year, kasi remember, our comparative challenge process could be between 90 days to 1 year. No? Kahit na mas mahaba yung comparative challenge process, makain yung 1 year period, the right to match of the original proponent is protected. So that is a very important clarification. Any other comments on section 52? Comments, inputs, suggestions? Okay, I now go to section 53. Medyo nagtutunog bingo na ako dito. Section 53, government share in the upside of the PPP project. So this is intended to also address the queries during the first set of consultations where concerns are being raised whether the government or the implementing agency or the approving body can still set a rate of return for unsolicited proposals, no? Given that RROR, or the reasonable rate of return concept, is only applicable for single complying solicited bid. So we added this provision to clarify that the implementing agency shall negotiate the inclusion of the following as part of the project's PTCs during the nego process. So there are different items, no? So yes, they could set a predetermined rate of return. There could be a sharing by the private partner with the government of revenues, net revenues, and earnings. It could also be a graduated share. So any similar thing could be negotiated, but not to be confused with unsolicited proposals being required to have an RROR as defined, no? Yung merong revert back to treasury mechanism. Now, to avoid instances na may back and forth, lines 11 and 12 are added, no? Non-inclusion of any of the above items in the PTCs shall be justified by the implementing agency to the approving body. So this basically implies na hindi naman yon hard requirement, no? Such that by the time the implementing agency goes up to the approving body, if after negotiation na pag-usapan na hindi talaga warranted yung mga sharing or yung setting of a rate of return, then that is fine, no? The approving body could consider that. Any questions, comments, inputs on section 53, government share in the upside of the PPP project? If there's none, I'll go to, oh, that's the last item under Title 5. We will now go to Title 6 unless, do we have any pending queries online? None? Okay, let's go to Title 6, procurement of PPP projects. Note that for this title, there are also two chapters. No? Chapter 1 will be for solicited PPP projects, so procurement of solicited PPP projects. And chapter 2 is procurement for unsolicited projects. Similar to the approval and evaluation and approval title, some sections will also be applicable to both chapters. No? So some procurement matters are applicable to both solicited and unsolicited. For those items in ANSOLS, pwede nating papasadahan pa rin natin mamaya, but those would be very similar to some of the items we will be discussing in the first chapter. So I'll now go to the first section under Chapter 1, Section 54, Composition of the PPP Pre-Qualification Bids and Awards Committee or PBAC of National Implementing Agency. Note that this will also apply to unsolicited proposals, particularly under Section 100 of Chapter 2. Okay, so in lines 27 to 29, there is a proposal or there is a consideration in the IRR committee which will provide that voting members of the PBAC shall hold plantilla positions. So it doesn't have to be permanent personnel, but they should have plantilla positions. As opposed to the PPP unit earlier, no? Here, the procurement process, the discussion is that dapat may plantilla, those who would be part of the voting members of the PBAC. So that's how it was differentiated. No? Yung kanina, yung processing in terms of developing a project, assisting in the monitoring of the project, which are the roles of the PPP unit, yun yung may idea na parang pwede yung external contract of service, etc. But for PBAC, the procurement part, members should have a plantilla position. So that is the only update we have here under section 54. Unless we have comments, questions, and clarifications. There appears to be none. I'll go to section 55, composition of the PBAC of local government units and local universities and colleges. This will also apply to the unsolicited PPP projects, no? Particularly section 101 of chapter 2. Actually, the only update is similar to what I said earlier. In the case of LGUs also, the voting members shall hold plantilla positions. Again, voting members, no? So, yung non-voting members and observers, hindi naman yun nag-a-apply. Yung requirement for a plantilla position. That's the only update under section 55 unless there are comments, questions, and clarifications. We'll go to section 56. Section 56, roles and responsibilities of the PBAC, non-voting members, and observers. This will also apply to unsolicited projects, particularly section 102 of chapter 2. There are no changes in the published draft. Do we have any comments, questions, clarification? Okay, I'll now proceed to the next section, section 57. Section 57 is rules for the non-voting members and observers. This section will actually be mirrored sa unsolicited proposal, particularly section 103 of chapter 2. We also want to note that on page 63, lines 13 to 17, there shall be an attached template doon sa NDA, no? Which will be attached in the IRR. So there will be a template NDA, non-disclosure agreement template, which will also be attached in the IRR. Any comments, questions, clarifications?
This is another question.
Yes.
DDJ from Miss Althea Alberto of City Government of Baguio. Will there be a conflict if the Sangguniang Panlunsod or the city secretary is included as a voting member of the PBAC?
Okay. The short answer is we don't have an answer yet. As relayed earlier, the compositions of the groups, no, PBAC, PPP units, they are not yet uh, uh, final kasi may mga suggestions to make it more flexible, etc. But as currently drafted, in the case of local PPP projects, yung minimum na nakalagay dito, minimum talaga siya. So it will be up to them if they want to include other members. The city secretary is already here. Kung gusto nilang ilagay, yes. So that's within their power. Okay. Okay, unless there are other comments, questions, inputs, I'll go to the next section, section 58. PBAC in case the PPP center is the procuring entity. Note that in the functions of the PPP center, a new role was added. So we could be tapped as the procuring entity of the implementing agencies. So this section 58 will also be mirrored in unsolicited proposals in section 104 of chapter 2. There are two things that we want to highlight here. First, in case the PPP center is the procuring entity, the PBAC to be constituted should have the implementing agency as a member, no, a voting member of the PBAC. So hindi zero participation yung implementing agency. Number two, the PPP governing board shall issue further guidelines to operationalize this. So if you note yung lines 28 to 36, may concept, no, kung kailan pwedeng i-request yung kung kailan, what is the criteria for an agency to request, no, the PPP center as the procuring entity. So there are suggestions to put it here under section 58, but there are also suggestions to just refer it to what will be issued by the PPP governing board. So that is still a matter of discussion at the TWG and the committee.
Didi Jeff. There's one question from our online participant, Mr. William J. Terencio. How will the PBAC interact with or affect the regular back?
They can coexist. The regular back that we're all talking, that I assume we're pertaining to, is the one that's created under RA 9184, yung regular procurement. So that's the 9184 back. Under this law, it's the discretion of the head of the implementing agency, no, if it's the same back or a different back, or whether they want PBAC for each project. So that is within the flexibility of the implementing agency. I hope that answers it. Any other questions, comments, inputs? Okay, announcement, safe po tayo. Yung mga naririnig nyo para hindi tayo antukin. Section 59, Procurement of Probity Advisor. This will also apply to Section 105 of Chapter 2. No changes in the published draft. Unless there are comments, questions, inputs. Okay. We now go to Section 60, Private Legal and Medical Assistance. This will also apply not just for solicited projects, but for unsolicited also. That's Section 106 of Chapter 2. There is an ongoing discussion. There was a proposal raised, no? That right now, as drafted, only PBAC members or public officials shall be covered by the provision, no? It could be interpreted na yung normal employees, etc., performing their functions under the code is not protected. So the TWG and the committee shall discuss that suggestion, no? That apart from the PBAC, those that are performing their roles under the PPP code, under the law, may avail of the private legal and medical assistance if needed. However, there is also something that needs to be clarified here, that PBAC member or public official or whoever will avail of this shall reimburse those legal fees when adjudged to be liable. So, but yun. So there is that ongoing discussion. Kapag liable pala in the end yung public official or the PBAC, then the fees spent should be reimbursed. Of course, we recognize, still part of the ongoing discussion, yung mechanism on how that reimbursement will be operationalized. So any inputs, comments, questions on this? Sir.
DDG, sorry, medyo successive question siya. Just ano lang, just to be clear on certain things. Number one, is there, well, I observed that there is no definition of what is the procurement process sa PPP. I mean, I was looking at the terms, but would you if ever man meron ba? And if so, when does the procurement process start? Is it from the time ano to, pre-process yung project to determine yung ano to, yung processing for solicited or unsolicited? Is that the start of the procurement process?
The start of the procurement process is the issuance of the invitation to
Okay, yeah. Okay,
pre-qualify
okay,
and
sige,
bid.
sige. Anyway, kasi yung naisip ko lang, no, and sorry kung medyo magba-backtrack tayo ng konti. Let's just say during the procurement process mismo or habang pinoprocess yung 120, 90 days. Let's just say the government official resigns or namatay or for whatever reason. tapos napalitan siya ng bago. Can that be a reason for the implementing agency to ask for a suspension of the period? Kasi syempre, since bago yung official, ang sasabihin ng official, I need to go over the documents and all of that. And then number two, syempre baka i-cite pa niya yung mga rulings sa Supreme Court na ngayon hindi na nagwo-work in certain instances yung good faith reliance on subordinates are no longer may exceptions to the rule na yan eh. And then naisip rin namin with respect dun sa probity advisor, what if can let's say in the middle of the procurement process, the implementing agency this realizes that there is a need for a probity advisor. So could that be a reason also for the implementing agency to say, hey, can we suspend first the period so that we can hire someone just to check if we're actually doing it? So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those inputs. So one is yung sa suspension no nung procurement timeline for specific instances. So yes, we'll discuss that with the TWG and the IRR committee. And secondly, yung procurement of probity advisor in the middle of the procurement process. So yeah, I think those are good inputs for discussion. Thank you. Okay. I'll now go to item 61, tender documents.
TD Jeff, can we just go back a
Okay.
little bit? This is from Attorney William J. Terencio of LGU GMA Cavite. It was mentioned earlier that the creation of PBAC is discretionary. However, the IRR uses the word shall in Section 24, paragraph 24. Does this imply that the creation is not? May I kindly suggest that such be reflected?
Section 24. Page 54. Section 54. What page? Yeah, okay. So the head of the shall create. So just to clarify, no, the creation of a PBAC is mandatory. What is flexible is and the subject of discussion is the membership of the PBAC. So I hope that clarifies it. I saw a raised hand kanina. Ma'am, would you like to approach the mic?
Sir, good afternoon po. Yeah, just a clarification. Under RA 9184 po, ang membership ng mga BAC are incentivized through an honorarium. As I understand kanina sa explanation nyo, dito sa PPP, ano natin, is hindi po sila, it's either we create an organic office or get from other areas where they could function as BAC or TWG for PPP. However, as we go along in our discussion, nakita ko kanina yung risk exposure ng mga magme-member ng PBAC natin. So how can we incentivize para ma-encourage po natin sila na mag-member with this very talaga mabigat na accountability to at saka exposed sila sa mga legal suits for in the performance of their duty. Yun lang sir, paano ba natin po ma-encourage ang iba para go into this kind of task or accountability duties?
Thank you for the question, ma'am. Unfortunately, wala dun sa law, no? But we'll definitely raise this concern. baka po sila yung makasagot kung paano, but probably not in this law. We don't know. I don't think the TWG can have a basis to propose something within the ambit of the law, but that comment, that input will be raised to the IRR committee, probably for further policy discussion or maybe the PPP governing board for future initiatives.
To answer that question, if I recall correctly, Yusek Lee, you may confirm, when the RA 10752, the Right of Way Act was passed into law, may mga nakitang deficiencies. So I think from what I know right now, may amendments. So baka magkakaroon ng amendatory to RA 10752. So if to answer the question directly, probably an amendatory law will cure that yung lack which is in this law now.
Thank you for that, sir. Meanwhile, tapusin muna natin yung IRR. No, but really, yeah, that's definitely one cure, no? Para yung mga ganyang concerns na raise. That's really one track. No more online queries. I will now go to section 61. 61 na ba tayo? 62. 61. This will be mirrored sa section 109 of chapter 2. This is tender documents. No changes doon sa published draft now on our screen. Any comments, questions, or clarifications? If there's none, we'll go to section 62, instruction to bidders. This will be mirrored doon sa section 110 of chapter 2 for unsolicited proposals. No changes din dito sa published version. So unless there are comments, questions, inputs. Okay, there's a clarification pala in section 62, no? In this draft that's published, there is a freeze period provision, no? Na wala doon sa ANSOL, but I think we'll touch on that later. Yung idea kasi when I say freeze period, ito yung all bidders will be provided 30 calendar days prior to bid submission to prepare their bids, and wherein no new bid documents, bid bulletins, or changes na in the terms of the project shall be issued. So that will have to be mirrored in the unsolicited proposal also. So unless there are comments, questions, inputs, we'll go to section 63, safekeeping of tender documents. This will also apply in section 111 of chapter 2. So what we want to highlight here is, are two things. No? First, the IA has the discretion to disclose tender documents before contract execution, but tender documents are considered public once the contract has been signed, except for bid submissions and records of deliberations. And number two, ito na yung sinasabi natin kanina, any entity may claim confidentiality provided it is confidential business information as defined in the IRR. And that will be discussed in the next section, no? Which is section 64, non-disclosure of confidential business information. This will also apply to unsolicited proposals in section 112 of chapter 2. Okay, are there questions, comments, inputs here? If wala, idugtong ko yung 65, related kasi yon. Section 65, claiming confidentiality. This will also apply to unsolicited proposals, section 113 of chapter 2. We'd like to highlight lines 10 and 11. Blanket claims shall not be accepted. And then, dun sa last paragraph naman, lines 13 to 15, we've received suggestions to clarify that if this happens, no, yung should the implementing agency find the claim for confidentiality unjustified, it shall, prior to any disclosure of such, notify the entity which claimed confidentiality that the information shall be treated as non-confidential. There is a suggestion here to clarify that if the implementing agency does that, they should not be liable, no, or penalized under Section 32 of the PPP code because they're just doing their job in terms of providing transparency for the project. So that will be discussed by the TWG and the IRR committee. We're sharing so that we can get insights, comments, inputs from our stakeholders. I guess in simple terms, yung comment that we received is that pag sinabi nila na no, we want to publish this to the public for transparency, baka mademanda naman sila, no? Sir.
So, sir, DDG, so I guess it begs the question, where does it stop? Kumbaga, yung decision na ba ng I is final? So, hanggang doon na lang siya, wala nang remedy of appeal yung entity.
Yeah, that's the idea. Because if we look at the first paragraph, they are supposed, if they claim confidentiality, mauuna yung justification nila for the consideration of the implementing agency. So, all of the details are there. So, yung specific na kiniklaim nila na CBI and the reasons, no, including yung implications on the part of the private sector. So, that should be sufficient that when the implementing agency decides, then that parang yung decision nila is presumed to be regular, basically. Are there any comments, questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, we'll go to section 66, invitation to pre-qualify and bid. This will also apply to unsolicited proposals, particularly under section 108 of chapter 2. But the timeline of publication will only be 7 calendar days in the case of unsolicited proposals as provided by law. Dito kasi sa solicited, yung timeline na binibigay natin is 90 calendar days from issuance of the notice of approval by the appropriate approving body. But the main difference is that in the case of unsol, so the terms, the draft contract are more or less have been submitted earlier, no? Unlike in the case of solicited PPPs. Yeah, that's the only thing we want to highlight under section 66. Are there any questions, comments, inputs on this one? If there's none, I'll go to section 67, period to prepare pre-qualification documents. So basically 15 calendar days. Any comments, questions, inputs? If there's none, we'll go to section 68, participation fees for pre-qualification and bid submission. You would note that up to this version, we have not pinned down a percentage sa line 34, no? The amount of the participation fee for pre-qualification. So, shall not exceed blank percentage of the approved project cost. The TWG is doing our research, no, comparing it with other jurisdictions, but we invite our stakeholders. You might have a proposed number here, which we can discuss at the TWG and the IRR committee. Any comments, questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, I'll go to section 69, qualification of bidders. Any comments? Walang change, no? From this published version. So any comments, inputs, clarifications? None. Section 70, responsibility of the bidders. We note that here, no, lines 30 to 31, merong at least 7 calendar days na properly secured yung tender documents, etc. This will have to be updated, no, revised to fit the 30 calendar day freeze period that I described earlier. Any other comments, input, suggestions on this one? If there's none, let's go to section 71. Pre-qualification requirements. Section 71.1, legal requirements. The only update we have here is on lines 16 to 21 of page 71. We will be removing the clause accreditation with PICAB following the confirmation from PICAB that they do not provide accreditations for contractors. Apart from that, wala nang nabago. So any questions, comments, inputs on section 71.1? If there's none, we'll go to section 71.2, experience or track record. Subsection A is on firm experience. No changes in the published draft. So unless there are comments, inputs, questions on this, we'll go to the next subsection B, key personnel experience. No changes on the published draft. So unless there are comments, questions, inputs, we'll go to the next item, subsection C, financial capability. Wala ring change in the published version unless there are comments, questions, inputs. We'll go to the next section. That would be section 72, pre-qualified and disqualified bidders. Wala rin po tayong binago dito sa published draft. So kung meron tayong questions, comments, inputs, please raise them now. We see no raised hand online, no inputs. Then on-site, we'll go to section 73. Acceptance of criteria and waiver of rights to enjoin project. No change dun sa published draft. Any comments, questions, inputs? None. We go to section 74. So here in section 74, there's only one item, no, dun sa page 76, line 5. This blank section should be section 98 of this IRR. So unless there are questions, comments, and clarifications, mapapanaginipan siguro natin yung comments, questions, clarifications. No? We'll go to the next section, section 75, changes to pre-qualification and tender documents. Wala rin pong bago doon sa published draft. So unless merong additional inputs, we'll go to section 76, bid bulletins. So here, we just want to note, doon sa page 77, lines 1 to 7, meron uling yung 7 calendar period before the deadline for the submission. This will have to be updated to consider yung 30-day freeze period. Other than that, wala nang nabago. Unless may comments, questions, inputs, let's go to section 77, pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings. This section will be mirrored sa section 117 of chapter 2. Walang change din dito. ang idea lang is the number is 45 calendar days before the deadline. The idea is all consultations, conferences, one-on-one meetings done by 45 days kasi may 10 days yung IA to finalize all the tender documents, and then the freeze period of 30 days will start no before the bid submission date. No comments, questions, inputs. Let's go to section 78, requirements for submission of bids. The only thing that we highlight here, you would notice, no, especially for those who are familiar with the previous BOT law and its IRR, we have dropped all mentions of envelopes, yung first, second, and third envelopes, and replaced them with the words documents. It has also provided an opening to allow for electronic bidding.
Jeff, no comments yet from our online attendees, but I'd like to inform everyone that we have still actively listening participants, 460 plus in our Zoom meeting room, 106 in our YouTube live, and 172 in our official Facebook page.
Okay. Sige, sabay-sabay kaya tayong inaantok lahat. No, we should do our job. Let's do this. Section 78. Ay, nasabi ko na pala yun. Any comments, inputs? No, but thank you to all of our online attendees as well. Please feel free to send in your comments, inputs, and questions. I'll now go to section 79, submission of late bids. So wala rin pong bago dito unless meron tayong comments or inputs. Ganun din sa section 80, opening of qualification. No changes din. So unless my comments, inputs, or suggestions, this would be pretty much it. Section 81, evaluation of qualification requirements. Okay. Here, so far there are no changes, but there have been suggestions in terms of yung pag-evaluate ng qualification and the procurement process in general to have, instead of just a pass-fail methodology, consider benchmarking with other international practice. No, some would do shortlisting depending on the bidding rules. So we've got that suggestion, and we'll discuss that with the TWG and the IRR committee. So unless there are comments and questions, we'll go to section 82, opening of the technical proposal. Section 83, evaluation of the technical proposal. So, any comments, questions? Mukhang wala. Let's go to section 84. The section name of this provision will have to be changed. Nakalagay kasi opening of the envelope, so we will have to drop the word envelope there. And then on section 85, evaluation of the financial proposal. Wala pa ring change so far unless may comments tayo. Mukhang wala online. Section 86, simultaneous evaluation of the technical and financial proposals. We want to highlight here, and this is something new, no? There is already an option for a pre-PPP code regime, particularly the BOT law. Only the financial bid proposal determines the winning bidder. In the PPP code and in this draft IRR, Section 86 is saying that there could be a mix of technical and financial considerations, no, in determining the most responsive bid. So, pwede na yung scoring, pwede na yung iba't ibang methodology. So long as those are disclosed as part of the bidding rules. Any comments, questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, let's go to section 87, prescriptive periods. Here, what we just want to highlight is that for on the part of the IRR committee, we will add a provision clarifying that the bidding will not exceed 1 year. So note that under the law, unsolicited proposals could have a comparative challenge period of between 90 calendar days to 1 year. But the law did not indicate any deadline for solicited bidding, consistent with making sure that there is a predictable timeline of processing of PPP projects. The IRR committee is considering to add also a deadline also for solicited projects, and that would be maximum of 1 year as well. Comments, inputs, suggestions? If there are no comments, but then even online, we go to section 88, rejection of bids. No changes so far. Unless there are comments, we'll go to section 89, withdrawal and or modification of bids. Wala ring bago dyan. Section 90, still no change dun sa published version. This is right to reject all bids. Section 91, wala pa ring bago. If there are mga tie, then this section shall prevail. Section 92, single complying bid. So here, there will be a discussion on the reasonable rate of return as defined, because it is for these types of projects where it shall be required. What are the highlights? A few points. Number one, again, the setting of the RROR is only required or is only applicable to single complying bids. Number two, there's the annualized percentage concept as in the law, so we have adopted that in the IRR. The RROR shall be provided in the contract. The detailed process in approving and the methodology in calculating the RROR shall be set in the approval guidelines. But in terms of operationalization, I think in the draft there is a in the definition of terms, makikita natin yung cannot exceed 15%, no? In the definition of terms. Of course, that is subject to comments, input, suggestions. And in terms of operationalization, there shall be a trust account in case an RROR is to be set. And there might trigger tayo on the deposits and withdrawals. So this is one of the comments that are suggestions that we have received during the first round of consultation. So here, the idea is there is a set RROR, and then there is a trust account to be created. Whenever mag-exceed ng to 5% above the set RROR, that will trigger the deposit to the trust account, no, until mag-equal to the RROR that was set. Kapag naman below, that will allow withdrawals, no. And then at the end of the contract period, yung matitira doon sa trust account na yon that will be remitted to the Treasury. For this purpose, it shall be the IA to monitor and determine the excess, but they may hire an independent financial appraiser to determine this, no, a third-party appraiser. That is what is in the draft that was published. So far, we have received a number of comments. So yesterday, for instance, during the JCOC consultation, there is a suggestion na baka pwedeng yung monitoring annualized, pero yung actual calculation or depositing and withdrawals, pwedeng every 5 years or mas kayang i-consider yung bumps and fluctuations, no, on ng yearly basis. So those will be discussed by the TWG and the IRR committee as well. Any comments, questions on this? None. We go to section 93. Conditions for negotiations between the implementing agency and the single complying and responsive bidder. No changes on what's published. Any comments, questions, inputs? We go to section 94, failure of bidding. No updates from our end unless there are comments, questions, inputs. We now go to section 95, protests on resolution of the PBAC for national PPP projects. This is also relevant, no, for unsolicited proposals, particularly this will be mirrored sa section 121 in chapter 2. Okay? The first update here, and we've received comments, no, from our stakeholders that the grounds for protest and the scope of possible protests that may be filed is not explicit in the published IRR. In the last IRR committee meeting, the proposal of the IRR committee is to limit the grounds for protests following the PPIAF model. So basically, it's parang international, will follow international practice. Subsection 95.1 is procedure in filing a motion for reconsideration to the PBAC. What's to be noted here is that there will be no fees, no, to be paid kapag motion for reconsideration lang. But if you go to section 95.2, procedures in filing an appeal to the head of the implementing agency, then an appeal fee which shall be in an amount of 0.1 to 0.75% of the project cost shall be paid. No, that is in page 88, lines 4 and 5. And then on section 95.3, pag hindi pa rin na-resolve, there is a procedure in filing an appeal up to the department secretary. Number one, two things that we want to clarify here. Number one, this is only applicable kapag yung agency, the implementing agency, has a department secretary. And number two, there's a separate appeal fee at this process. Still on the same amount, no? Same amount which could be between 0.1 to 0.75. Just to disclose, we have gotten suggestions to fix the protest fee, the appeal fee, instead of a range of 0.1 to 0.75, probably fix na lang siya to 0.75% of project cost. Any comments, questions, clarifications under section 95 and its subsections? If there's none, let's go to section 96, protests on resolution of the PBAC, this time for local PPP projects. This will be mirrored in Section 122 in Chapter 2, which is for unsolicited proposals. Similar dun sa national PPPs, no? The use of PPIAF model for the grounds or the scope of protests will be used. However, the difference is there will only be 2 levels. First one is a motion for reconsideration sa PBAC, walang bayad. Pero sa level 2, with the local chief executive, may appeal fee. But same amount, from 0.1% to 0.75 of the proposed, of the project cost. Meron,
DD Jeff?
yes.
We have one question from Mr. Irvin San Jose of LGU Pateros. Appeal fee, is it non-refundable? Was there a decision that has been made about appeal fee?
Yes, it is right now. It is non-refundable. We did get suggestions that it be refundable, but so far, as drafted, it is non-refundable. So please let us know your thoughts on this, comments, input, suggestions. Any other comments, questions on this one? If there's none, we go to section 96. Section 97, mandatory provisions in a PPP contract. This is also applicable to section 123 of chapter 2, which deals with unsolicited proposals. Just to give everyone an idea kung saan galing itong listahan na to, the TWG got this from the revised 2022 IRR and the 2023 NEDA joint venture guidelines. So pinag-combine lang yung list of mandatory contract provisions in those two legal frameworks. Any comments, questions, or clarifications? If there's none, let's go to section 98, PPP contract review and approval. This will be mirrored in section 124 in chapter 2, particularly for unsolicited proposals. We want to note something, page 91, lines 11 to 14. We will correct, no, to not later than 60 calendar days before submission yung lines 13. That means yung 20 calendar days final review, 10 calendar days for IA to review, or the IA to review, and then yung freeze period ng 30 calendar days. Apart from that, wala nang nabago sa or mababago sa section 98 unless meron tayong comments, questions, inputs. Let's go to section 99, changes to the PTCs of the draft contract. This will be repeated sa section 125 in chapter 2. No changes as published unless merong comments, inputs. Mukhang wala. That ends chapter 1. We now go to chapter 2. So as mentioned earlier, naulit lang to, but we'll give everyone a chance. So papasadahan ko pa din. Section 100, feedback of national projects, but this time for unsolicited. Pareho lang yan dun sa kanina. Section 101, pareho rin yan nung sa solicited kanina. Composition of PBAC of local implementing agencies. Section 102, still similar, no, sa solicited, roles and responsibilities of the PBAC. Section 103, the same as solicited, rules for the non-voting members and observers. Section 104, feedback in case the PPP center is the procuring entity. Section 105, procurement of probity advisor. So we have noted that there were comments or questions here, no? So that will be applicable to this one also. Section 106, ito rin may mga tanong dito, yung private legal and medical assistance. Section 107, comparative challenge. Section 108, invitation for comparative proposals. And then Section 109, tender documents. Section 110, instruction to comparative proponents. Section 111, safekeeping of PPP tender documents. So itong mga sinasabi natin na pareho ng solicited, literal na naka-mirror lang siya. Same goes for Section 112, non-disclosure of confidential business information, which we have just discussed. Section 113, claiming confidentiality. Section 114, qualification of comparative proponents. Ito, wala na to sa solicited, yung Section 114. So this is uniquely under this Chapter 2, no? Because this applies only for unsolicited proposals. Any comments, questions, clarifications? Section 115, disclosure of the financial proposal of the original proponent. Here, yesterday, in the consultation session with the development partners, there is a proposal to explicitly give the implementing agency the flexibility to strategize in terms of disclosing the bid of the original proponent for purposes of enhancing the competition during the comparative challenge process. So that input we will be endorsing to the TWG and the IRR committee for discussion. Any comments, questions, and clarifications? Section 116, posting of bid fund by the original proponent. Still no changes here. Any comments, questions, inputs? If there's none, let's go to Section 117. Ito kapareho sa solicited, yung pre-bid conference and one-on-one meetings, that it should be done 45 days before bid submission date. Section 118, submission and receipt of comparative proposals. This will be revisited and amended for consistency, no? Yung such period shall commence first date when a complete set of tender documents is issued. I think this was raised earlier. So applicable din yun dito. And then Section 119, opening and evaluation of comparative proposals. This will be threshed out further, no? Kasi nga yung criteria pwede nang mixed ngayon, no? Yung comparative proposals. Section 120, right to match mechanism. No changes unless merong comments, questions, inputs. Wala daw. Let's go to 121. Protests on resolution of the PBAC for national PPP projects. As mentioned earlier, this will be covered under dun sa solicited, so same lang ito. And the same is true for all the subsections. Procedure in filing a motion for reconsideration to the PBAC, procedure in filing an appeal to the head of the implementing agency, procedure in filing an appeal to department secretary. And then in the case of local PPP projects, yung motion for reconsideration for PBAC, that's 122.1. And then yung filing of appeal at the local chief executive, 122.2.
PED Jeff, before we proceed with the next section, there's a question from one of our Facebook attendees. This is from Mr. or Miss Dobida Kanay. Can we know the basis of the computation of 0.1% to 0.75% appeal fee, and where does it go?
Okay, so the answer is we just based it, parang benchmark siya from the 0.50, one half of 1% in the revised 2022 IRR. But given na malaki na yung scope ng mako-cover ng PPP code from the smallest PPP project to the biggest, we thought of having a range, no? And let the implementing agency, particularly the PBAC, to decide on this appeal fee. As to where does it go, well, it's silent in the in the draft IRR, but in concept, it shall go to the implementing agency. So for in the case of GOCCs, these funds nila sa line agencies, pasok sa agency, punta sa treasury. Sa LGU, yung local process din naman. But speaking of where does it go, there are also discussions. Remember, we have a risk management fund which could receive receipts coming from PPP projects. So that this one was also discussed kung po pwede bang yung participation fee mapunta as contribution to the risk management fund para pwedeng gamitin sa mga contingent liabilities later on. So that is also an ongoing discussion. We're taking this input for discussion of the TWG and the IRR committee. Probably good to be explicit in the IRR or on where this would go. Thank you. Any other comments, inputs on this one? Buti na lang may nagtanong, nabawasan yung antok natin. Sige, next. We go to section still on 121. Subsections, no? So, similar din sa solicited, yung procedures in filing for MR, and then 121.2 sa appeal to the head of the implementing agency, and then 121.3 all appeal to the department secretary. We now go to section 122, protests on resolution of the PBAC for local PPP projects. Wala rin itong bago. These are just mirror provisions. Section 122.1, MR to the PPP Bids and Awards Committee. Section 122, procedure in filing an appeal to the local chief executive. So 2 levels lang pagdating sa LGU PPP projects. And then section 123, mandatory provisions in a PPP contract. Mirror provision lang din ito. And the same goes to for section 124, PPP contract review and approval. So what was in the chapter for solicited PPPs, minirror lang dito sa unsolicited PPPs. Still true for section 125 in terms of changes to the PTCs of the draft PPP contract. That is the last item under under title 6. We are now going to title 7. I think magpapa-health break yata si Gladys.
So for our participants, both on-site and online attendees, I think we can have a 10-minute health break at the moment. So let's be back at 10 minutes. Thank you. Again, if you have any questions, comments, feedback, please type them in the chat window for our online attendees. And please do not forget to accomplish our online attendance form. Thank you.
Title 6. We now go to the next title, 9, Regulation of Tariff. This, we're looking at pages 130 to 133. Okay. Let's start with section 160, identification of regulatory bodies. What we want to highlight here is the responsibility of the regulatory bodies to come up with the guidelines within 180 calendar days after the effectivity of the IRR. For everyone's guidance, if we meet our working timeline to publish this by March 22 ahead of the 90th day, no? The effectivity will be on April 6. So from April 6, our regulating bodies would have 180 calendar days to publish their guidelines on regulating PPP projects. Another item that we want to highlight here is on lines 4 and 5. No, if there is no appropriate regulating body, it will be regulation by contract. And that means the approving body will have to approve the tariff regime as part of the parameters, terms, and conditions that it will approve. Any comments, questions, and suggestions here? If there's, yes, sir.
Monitor the crafting of this law. If you will remember, there's a separate provision for issuance of franchise. So Section 13, actually the title of Section 13 of the new PPP code includes in the title issuance of franchise. But admittedly, during the BICAM conference, it appears the provisions for issuance of franchise or certificates of public convenience or any document evidencing the allowance of the operation of public service was obviously deleted for reasons known only to the lawmakers. So my question is, as a policy direction, would the IRR committee include a provision regarding the issuance of franchise? So that's a gap in the law. Or my suggestion is we refer to the Public Service as Amended Act and its IRR to supplement if it can be legally done. That's my first suggestion.
Thank you, sir. We're taking note of that. We've seen that also. No mention of the issuance of franchise. So yes, we'll discuss that in the TWG and the IRR committee. Are there other comments, inputs, suggestions on this? If there's none, we go to section 161, issuance of a memorandum circular. So basically, this is on the timelines then, no? And what would be contained in guidelines. Same with section 162, the minimum guidelines, frameworks, and mechanisms. So there is a list here of the minimum provisions which shall be formulated by the regulating bodies. Are there comments, inputs, suggestions on this one? None, we go to section 163, basis of approval of initial rates and other charges and adjustments. There are so far, okay, there are a lot of hands. Yes, please approach the microphone, sir.
Kung yung Hello? 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 Doon po sa section na yun, 164 ata yun. Yeah. That's regulatory approval sa hindi ko lang kung kasi kararating ko lang from the National Commission of the Jewish People sa Jerusalem daw. Hindi ko lang alam kung na-consider ng PADI yung areas of concern of the concerned project, ano? Kasi yung may mga project na may implement within the cities, ano po? Tapos may mga project na may implement within the watershed areas which practically undergo the pumping clearance. As well as there are projects that will be constructed within the ancestral domain. So, nako-consider yung FSC process sa bagay na. So, sa mga, siguro mas maganda na i-clarify natin dito o kaya i-specify natin ito yung mga oras. Kasi parang silent dito sa oras nito o kaya time frame kung ano ba yung mga, kunwari siya pag secure ng pumping clearance, matagal po yan. Kasi may mga stakeholders sa public clearance like the NCIP, the LGU, and others. At saka sa FPIC rin, marami rin i-consider dyan. So siguro mas maganda na mag-construct tayo ng isang provision on the proposed IRR for the periods as well as the areas of concern. Thank you.
Thanks for that input, sir. Yes, we'll discuss that in the TWG and the IRR committee. Any more questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, I'll go to
DD Jeff,
Yes.
this is a question from one of our Facebook attendees, Ms. John Montenegro. Considering that the regulatory approval of rates, tolls, and tariffs shall be made prior to the approval of the project, in the case of unsolicited proposals, how will this be operationalized? Will the regulatory approval happen within the 120-day period for approval by the approving body?
Okay, so thank you for that question. The step-by-step procedure will be reflected in the guidelines to be issued by the regulating body. What the law and the IRR has provided is a provision that states whatever that process is, it should fit, it should consider that such regulatory approval of the initial rate and the tariff that will allow for the 120-day period of approval by the approving body. So there is no one answer to that question. It will depend on the guidelines that will be issued by the regulating body. What are the things that we're looking at? First, if it's going to be a standard sort of parametric formula in a particular sector, then that will be adopted by all those developing projects and the approving bodies who will evaluate those projects without need of going back and forth. No, that's one way, one approach that a regulating body can do as part of its guidelines. The other is they have a separate approval process, as in steps 1 to X, in which case that process should allow that the implementing agency all the way up to the approving body na ma-meet yung mga timelines ng approval na yon. In short, depende siya, pero it cannot go beyond, or it cannot what do you call this, prevent parties from performing the specified timelines and rules in the PPP code and its IRR. That answers the question. But also that's also a parang policy signal, no, to our regulating bodies which we have also started consulting in the first round. Yun yung isang consideration that needs to be accounted, no. The process should allow such that before the projects get to be approved, na secure na yung um, regulating bodies initial tariff and how the adjustments will be made. Thank you. Okay, we now go to section 164, upholding of initial rates and other charges and adjustments. No changes so far dun sa version na na-publish, unless there are comments or questions on this. Sir.
Actually, in practice, for semantics only, on our in TRB, we do not approve the adjustment per se, but the parameters of the adjustment. So the parametric formula and other assumptions. So you may consider to replace instead of adjustment, the parameters of adjustment or to that effect. Because when you say adjustment, it's the actual rate itself.
Thank you for that input, sir. I think I can confirm on behalf of the TWG that the intent is to approve that parameter for adjustment, no, or the procedure for the adjustment, not the parang adjustment itself, the rate itself. Kasi nga that's will be determined in the course pa of the contract. Yeah, thank you for that input. Any more questions, suggestions on this? I go to section 165, inclusion of the initial rates and other charges and adjustments or the maximum acceptable initial values in the final draft of the PPP contract. We'll take that input, no, as applicable to the rest of the provisions, yung parameters of adjustment. Section 166, absence of an appropriate regulatory body and creation of a local rate setting body in the case of LGUs. Any comments, questions? If there's none, we go to section 167, posting of the approved initial rates and other charges and adjustments in the websites. This is the last section of Title 9. Unless there are comments, questions, or suggestions, we will jump to the next title. We'll go to Title 14. This is, or these are on pages 139 to 140. Title 14 is variation, expansion, or extension of an existing PPP project. We have a point of clarification on page 140. Particularly lines 2 to 6, no? We want to highlight this. So, reliefs afforded to the private proponent, no, as part of the approved PTCs, as part of the approved parameters, terms, and conditions, those shall not be considered a variation kasi nga approved na siya as part of the PTCs nung inaprubahan yung project. The guidance, however, in terms of procedures, no, if a relief to be, or if the PTC involves allowing for contract extension, every time that contract extension is to be used by the parties, it shall follow the process under this section, which means it will have to be approved by the appropriate approving body. So is that clear? So it's not necessarily a variation because it's part of the the approved PTCs of the project, but for in terms of processing, an extension of the contract period shall have to be approved by the approving body. That's the first point. The second point is waivers, no? That has an effect of a variation. For example, waiving revenue share or waiving a particular investment recovery scheme. So because those would generally change the model of the project, no, as approved, the parameters, terms, and conditions of the project as approved, then even if parties call that waivers, those shall be considered as variation. Because we've seen in past experiences, no, because the parties do not want to go through the approval process, they are not calling it variation. They will call it waivers. So just to be clear, we cannot use waivers to sort of circumvent changing the approved parameters, terms, and conditions of a project. Any comments, questions, suggestions on this item? If there's none, we'll go to Title 17. That will be on page 143. Title 17 is PPP Center. Section 184, Institutionalization of the PPP Center. No changes dun sa nakapublish na draft unless merong comments, questions, or suggestions. We'll go to Section 185, Powers and Functions of the PPP Center. I guess just to refer back, no, yung item here pertaining to the PPP Center as a procuring entity will be subject of the provision that we have discussed earlier, yung to be issued by PPP Governing Board. Apart from that, no other changes so far in the published draft, unless merong request for clarifications. If there's none, we go to Section 186, the Executive Director. No changes so far. Unless merong comments, inputs. We have Section 186, PPP Center as Procurement Agent. So again, this one's a special provision of clarifying that particular function under the functions of the PPP Center. So ito yung sinasabi natin. During the procurement stage, the implementing agency may request in writing that the PPP Center conduct procurement for a specific PPP project on their behalf. The PPP Center may accept such request for a reasonable fee under the following circumstances. Letter A, if the PPP project to be procured is complex and the implementing agency lacks the capacity to procure such project, or if the PPP project is considered pioneering and the implementing agency lacks the capacity. sa procurement agent, the PPP Center shall assume the functions of the PBAC under Title 6 of this IRR and recommend to the head of the implementing agency the award of the PPP contract. The IA, as mentioned earlier, no, shall appoint at least one qualified member in the PBAC as a voting member to oversee the procurement and represent their interests in all relevant decisions. There shall be a legal document that clearly states the terms and conditions of the procurement arrangement. And yung sabi natin kanina, the PPP Governing Board shall further thresh out these para see whether they can just assign the PPP Center as their sort of default procuring entity. So it's not it's that is not the intent, no. It would be used sparingly. Now, unless there are further comments on this or inputs, we'll jump to Title 20. This is the PPP. Oh, there is a question. Sorry. Yes, please.
Sir, so it's not actually a question, but I just noticed that section 186, the number 186 is repeated. So there's a need to renumber the following sections, sir. So the executive director is section 186 and PPP Center as procurement agent should be section 187. And the
Yes.
other sections should follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That means we'll have to adjust the renumbering. Thank you for that. If there are no more comments, as mentioned, we'll jump to Title 20. That's page 150 to 153, the Risk Management Fund. So we'll start with section 195, the creation and the use of the PPP Risk Management Fund. So just to update you, so here, we have received a comment where the nature of the fund will have to be clarified, no? And we are set to meet with DBM whether this is a special fund or income fund, etc. So that revision is expected to be reflected in this section depending on the I mean it depends on the advice of the DBM. Section 196, eligible PPP projects for PPP Risk Management Fund. Walang change so far in the published draft. Any comments, input, suggestions? If there's none, we'll go to section 197, coverage of the PPP Risk Management Fund. There appears to be no questions. We go to section 198, roles of agencies or committees involved. Still no change in the published draft unless there are comments, questions, inputs. We go to section 198, determination of the target amount. By the way, all of these section numbers I'm pertaining to will be revised, no, given the error in the numbering. And then all references will have to be adjusted accordingly. Section 199 of our published of the draft that's published, sources of funding. Any comments? Hearing none, we go to section 200. Payment of contribution and release of funds. Hearing no comments, we go to section 201, guidelines for availing the PPP Risk Management Fund. And finally, section 202, monitoring and reporting of contingent liabilities and utilization of the PPP Risk Management Fund. Any comments, inputs, questions on Title 20 and its subsections? If there's none, we go to another interesting title, Title 23, Transitory Clause. So this would be pages 157 to 162 of our draft IRR. Title 23 is arranged na thematically, no? So you would note that we clustered it depending on the nature of and then status of the PPP project upon the effectivity of the IRR. So section 208, existing contracts. This is lifted from the PPP code. Section 209, PPP projects with a winning bidder but no executed contracts.
The Jeff, we have one question from this was raised earlier this morning.
Yes.
This is from Miss Krisa Burs, one of our attendees from YouTube or Facebook. Inquiring from LGU Tobacco if an ongoing PPP project is currently at the publication process, is it already covered by this law? And in case it already exceeded the milestone timeline but has undergone the process correctly, should it smoothly continue to the next step or there are repercussions in the delay?
Okay, thank you for the question. I will caveat that we cannot answer for project specific questions, no. So I will answer in general terms. So the idea is we will have to look at the transitory provision. So the answer to this will depend on the status and the nature of the project. So makikita natin dun sa sections, titignan nyo kung saan magfo-fall yung particular PPP project that we need to look at. Normally, the formula is it solicited or unsolicited? Did it follow the BOT law or other legal framework? And then, what is the status of the PPP project? So those are the three elements that were considered in clustering the projects under the transitory provision. So, in general, kung ang tanong ay, will the PPP code apply to my PPP project? The general answer is yes. But insofar as the transitory provision of the law and its IRR. So yes, mag-a-apply siya, pero depende kung nasa ang stage yung project. So an example of that is, ayun nga, kung may winning bidder na, pero hindi pa napirmahan yung kontrata, mag-a-apply ba ang PPP code? The answer is yes. Pero, anong tawag dito? Hindi mai-invalidate yung notice of award even if that particular project na hindi pa napirmahan bago yung batas, sorry, let me repeat that. The question is, may winning bidder na pero hindi pa napirmahan ng contract, is it covered by the law? In general, yes. But anong implication? So we have to look at section 209 for PPP projects with a winning bidder but no executed contracts. And the guidance that is given here is that valid yung lahat ng processes na in-undergone niya up to the issuance of the notice of award. Hindi na i-invalidate kahit na inconsistent yung pinagdaanang approval process doon sa approval process that is in the PPP code. The application will be on the next phase. So I hope that's clear. But Ma'am Krisa, for project specific concerns, you can contact us probably offline, no, or through email outside of this session. We'll be happy to help you po. Thank you.
Next question under transitory clause, the EDGF. This is another question from one of our Facebook attendees from morning session. This is from Ms. Crisel Herrera of LGU General Santos City. The PPP code appears to be silent on the effects of all activities and transactions of the parties prior to the effectivity of the IRR, which were made in accordance with the interim guidelines. Is there a provision in the IRR relating to the legal effects of the transactions and activities made by the parties pursuant to the interim guidelines?
Yes, thank you for that question. So similar answer dun sa kanina. The transitory provisions will include specific guidelines for what happens to those projects that were processed using the interim guidelines. But rest assured that it will only mean one thing. No? Those processes would remain valid because as you know, the interim guidelines are still effective. That interim guidelines have been ratified by the new PPP Governing Board under the PPP code. So na-ratify na rin yan. So still effective until the IRR is published. So thank you. Okay, there are no more questions daw. At least wala pa uli. So I'll go to section 210. Solicited PPP projects which have published an invitation to bid prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Any comments, questions, inputs? If there's none, we go to section 211, unsolicited PPP projects which have commenced comparative challenge prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Comments? None. So again, numbering concerns, no? So we will fix this. Next group is for solicited and unsolicited projects pursuant to the BOT law, which are already approved for bidding or comparative challenge, but pending publication of applicable invitation prior to the effectivity of the code. Actually, just to an anecdote, no, this particular group, we got this from a question during the first round of consultation. The TWG did not initially parang realize na may mga ganitong projects in this stage. So what am I saying? For our LGUs and implementing agents, national government agencies who are tuned in to us, please let us know no kapag yung mga stages ba ng inyong mga projects ay na-reflect na dito sa transitory provision so that we can consider them in finalizing the IRR. The intent is that the transitory provision will give clear guidance on what the next step is for any project that is being processed after the IRR becomes effective. No comments so far. Go to the next. Solicited projects pursuant to the BOT law pending approval of the appropriate approving body prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. Section 213 of page 160, unsolicited projects pursuant to the BOT law pending approval of the appropriate approving body prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. And then in section 214, 214, non-BOT law PPP projects pending approval of the relevant approving body I'm sorry, approving authorities prior to the effectivity of the PPP code. So and this we have received, no, yung so ano ba yung non-DOT law project? So nilagay natin diyan, this would include JVs of GOCCs, JVs of LGUs, TOA or STOA, basically everything na PPP na hindi DOT law yung legal framework na ginamit. And then on section 215, no? Actually, item A, for example, was lifted from the interim guidelines. But we understand, yun nga, we need to provide guidance pa on what about those that have used the interim guidelines. Section 215, miscellaneous. Item A was lifted from the interim guidelines. Item B was lifted from the PPP code. Any comments, questions, inputs on the transitory clause? If there's none, I'll go to the next title, Title 24, Repealing Clause. This is section 1, pages 162 to 163. I'll start with section 216, Repealed and Modified Laws, Decrees, and Special Charters. So right now, you would notice that the list contains Republic Acts, no? So mga laws. The IRR committee, following also the series of consultations sessions we've had, has decided that we will be listing down as much as we can all those executive issuances that have been repealed or modified accordingly. Meron kasi tayong catch-all sa batas, di ba? Nakalagay, executive issuances have been repealed or modified accordingly. And there were suggestions for the IRR to clarify alin doon sa mga executive issuances na yon yung na-repeal at na-modify. So in as much as we can, the TWG will be listing them down, but will still retain that catch-all provision. Are there comments, queries on this?
Yes, the Jeff. This is
Yes.
from the morning session. Mr. Rodney Kakatian of CESA. What will be the projects covered with special economic zones?
Okay, so I will interpret these questions as to whether this PPP code, no, will apply to the projects of special economic zone. So the answer is yes, provided the elements of PPPs are present and wala siya dun sa excluded list natin. So I hope that clarifies it. Any other questions on this? Then I go to section 217, amended or modified laws and decrees. So similar dun sa kanina, yung 216 are those that are repealed, ilalagay natin yung mga executive issuances. Ganun din sa section 217, ano naman yung mga amended or modified. And then section 218, amendments of all laws, decrees, and other legislations. So this is basically a catch-all lang, no? Yung references to the previous BOT law, it shall now refer to the code. And then section 219, yung general repeal or modification. What we want to highlight here is the IRR, TWG, and committee's response. Section 219, please, on our screen. In response to the comments last time na very tentative yung pagka-state whether na-repeal ba or na-modify ba yung ating mga local PPP codes and ordinances. So what the TWG, the TWG and the committee did is to include na, no, explicitly, including local PPP and JV codes and ordinances or any part thereof inconsistent with or contrary to the code are hereby repealed or modified accordingly. What is the practical implication of this? As mentioned in our morning session, in terms of processing the PPP projects, all PPP codes and ordinances, repealed na po yung mga parts pertaining to the processing, no? Timelines, rules, requirements, etc. But for those items na nabigyan ng flexibility sa law and sa IRR, kunyari yung mga minimum composition, etc. So that could still be subject of PPP ordinances of local government units. That is the last item under Title 23. I'm sorry, Title 24. Are there comments, questions, suggestions on this title? If there's none, do we have one?
DD Jeff, before we proceed with the part 3 of the discussion, there are 2 remaining questions raised
Okay.
earlier. The first question is from BCDA, Mr. or Miss Amy Aldris. Regarding risk management fund, will all implementing agencies be required to contribute to the fund, or is the contribution on a per project basis?
Unahin ko siguro yung second question. No? The second question shall be answered by the DBCC guidelines to be issued, whether it's a per project, etc. On the first question naman, will implementing agencies be required to contribute to the fund? There's no such requirement naman in the law, no, na mandatory for all implementing agencies, no, parang with or without a PPP project. So the procedures, yung details, doon natin makikita sa DBCC guidelines. Thank you.
Next question is from Ms. Althea Alberto of LGU Baguio City. Point of clarification po on MAGA. Can LGUIA and the proponent can agree that MAGA, for purposes of default, will be limited to the actions of the local government unit? Or if that can be incorporated as an agreed term and condition of the contract?
So, consistent with our discussion this morning, the answer is yes, no? What the law and the IRR has provided is the definition of what MAGA is. The contractual approach is still subject to the yung processing natin ng parameters, terms, and conditions. So long as na-approve ng approving body, and of course, nag-agree naman on the other hand yung private proponent, no, or sumali sila knowing that that is the term of the contract, then yes, that should be okay. Thank you.
DD Jeff, this is the last question at this point. This is from Miss Jan Montenegro from our Facebook live stream. Will there be a list of laws, rules, guidelines that will be repealed or modified? Inclusion will ensure that the said laws are really repealed and may not subject to further discussion. My suggestion.
Thank you for this suggestion. As mentioned earlier, yes, the intent is to include yung mga executive issuances that are either repealed or modified accordingly. But the catch-all will still be there. Thank you. So that's the last question. So now we go to Title 4, definition of terms. Section 4 of Title 1. Yeah, I'm sorry. Section 4 of Title 1. That is page 3 to 11. Okay, so isa-isahin natin na ito, no? Okay, so letter A. We, in the published draft, we have introduced a new defined term. I mentioned this earlier today. The term is alternative financial instruments. Any comments, question, suggestion? Okay, we go to item B and C. I'll lump them together because we just lifted this from the PPP code. Are there any comments, questions, or you think something has to be clarified in the IRR? There appears to be none. We go to item D. This D, E, and F are actually new items, no, new terms. So first, blended finance. confidential business information, as I've mentioned earlier, and also in the morning, yung consolidated investment programs. We just have an update on item F. The IRR committee wants to explicitly include in this definition yung IFP or the infrastructure flagship projects. So any comments, questions, inputs? If there's none, I go to the next set of terms. Item G, H, and I, so construction, contingent liability, and contractor. These definitions have been lifted from the PPP code with no edits. Tama naman, no? No edits. So, unless merong suggestion to further clarify in the IRR, we'll be using the definition under the code. I will now go to the next item, item J. This is a new term that's defined, economic model. Any comments, questions, inputs? Item K and item L are both lifted from the PPP code. That's facility operator and financial close. Next item, similar sa economic model, new term that we are defining, financial model. Items N, O, and P, these are all lifted from the PPP code without edits. So unless may gusto tayong i-further clarify in the IRR, we're sticking with these definitions under the law. Those are GPRAM, no? Generic Preferred Risk Allocation Matrix, Government Financial Institutions, and Government Instrumentalities with Corporate Powers, GICPs, / Government Corporate Entities, or GCEs. Next item is item Q, Government-Owned or Controlled Corporation, GOCC. We have followed the definition under the PPP code, except for line 33. Which part? Yung created, can we highlight on the screen to, okay, there. So water districts created under Presidential Decree number 19198. So we added yung qualifier na created under PD 198. But the rest of the text lifted from the PPP code. I am now going to page 6. Items R, S, T, U, V, and W. Ang galing ko sa alphabet. These are all lifted from the PPP code. These would be government undertakings, green financing, guarantee on demand, guarantee on loan repayment, guarantee on private sector return, and implementing agency. So all of these definitions were lifted without edits from the PPP code. Sorry, when I say lifted from the PPP code without edits, it doesn't mean hindi na pwedeng mag-suggest ng qualifications. If you feel there are terms that you or qualifiers that need to be addressed, by the IRR, please, we all have until March 8 to submit suggestions, no? We now go to item X. This is a new item that we are proposing to define independent consultant. Item Y, another new item that we want to define as it's been used many times in the text, infrastructure projects. And item Z, it's lifted from the PPP code, yung definition ng joint venture. Okay, we now go to item AA. This is a new term. We want to term that is not in the code, but we want to define in the IRR. That's what I mean when I say new, no? Key performance indicators or KPIs. Any comments, questions, suggestions? Item BB, land value capture strategies. We have lifted this from the PPP code except for lines 20 to 21. So this is with edits, no? Basically qualifying by way of example. So such as but not limited to betterment contributions, grant or sale of commercial development rights, and strategic land management. So these phrases have been added in the IRR. Items CC, local PPP project, and DD, local universities and colleges, are both lifted from the PPP code without edit. Item EE, market sounding. This is not in the law, but we are proposing to define it in the IRR. Any comments, inputs, questions so far? None. We're now on page 8. Item FF, MAGA. This was lifted sa PPP code. Still on page 8, item GG, most responsive bid. The second sentence is the addition, no? Yung there you go. We added yung a bid that is most advantageous to the government includes one that protects the public by providing affordable, accessible, and efficient public service, taking into account the totality of circumstances. This proposed sort of qualifier, no, as part of the definition is intended to be consistent dun sa sinasabi natin kanina to not only consider the financial bid proposal. The rest of the text galing na sa PPP code. Next items HH, II, and JJ, National PPP Project, Original Proponent, and PPP. These have been lifted from the PPP code without edit. Next item, KK, PPP contract. This is not in the code. This is a new item being defined in the IRR. We're now on page 9. AJK. LL. Oh yeah, PPP project. This is lifted sa code. Next item, MM. The second sentence was added. The private partner may create a special purpose company or a special purpose vehicle. The rest of the text, galing sa PPP code. item NN and OO are from the PPP code. Private proponent and sorry, only NN yung galing sa PPP code, yung private proponent. OO is a new item that we are defining in the IRR. And then we go to item PP, project cost. So lines 24 to 27, yung for this purpose, completion shall refer to the completion of construction as defined under the code and its IRR. For avoidance of doubt, interest charges and other financing costs incurred during construction shall be considered as part of the project cost. Yan ay ina-add natin dito sa IRR. The previous text, the first sentence, galing sa code. Now, for the second paragraph naman, yung dinagdag natin is a clarification that initial capital expenditure shall refer to the capital expenditure expended during construction as defined under the code and this IRR. The government borrowing rate shall be the discount rate used in determining the present value of costs incurred in delivering the contracted service, including any reinvestment requirements. So what we are highlighting here are a couple of things, no? First, ano yung definition ng completion stage? Isa yan sa tinanong during the first round. Second is the suggestion to make sure that it is clear that interest charges and other financing cost is part of the project cost. And then yung what is meant by capex and what the discount rate will be used given that the losses ang tawag dito, yung present value of cost yung kukunin natin. Any questions, comments, clarifications so far? If there's none, let's go to item QQ, reasonable rate of return. The second paragraph is what I mentioned earlier, which we have added, no? The RROR shall be a cumulative annualized percentage that shall in no case exceed 15%. We note that there are a number of suggestions and comments with regard to this 15% figure. Some are saying it might be better if we don't fix a number and deal with it on a per project basis. Others are saying let the ICC guidelines dictate it. So there, this is we want your comments, inputs, suggestions here as well, please. Okay, we go to item RR. This is a new item being defined in the IRR. This is not in the law, regulatory body. Now, the next items, SSTTUU, solicited project, state universities and colleges, and subsidy. These were lifted from the PPP code without edit. Again, just to remind everyone, not because we have lifted this from the law ay hindi na pwedeng matouch, no? Please let us know if you think may kailangang clarifications. Item VV, we're introducing the term tariff, no, to refer to yung laging mahabang inuulit-ulit in the previous law, yung tolls, fares, fees, rentals, and other user charges. We now go to WW, termination payment. We have added the word early termination. So yung word na early, no? The rest of the text of the definition nasa PPP code, we just added yung that results in the early termination of said contract. Another new item that's not in the law but is introduced here in the IRR, third-party appraiser. That's item XX. The next two items YY and ZZ, unsolicited proposal and value for money, both lifted sa PPP code without edits.
Jeff,
Yes.
related to item YY, this is a question from Mr. Arvin Dolor of Bataan PPPIC. If LGUs is considered as an implementing agency under Section 3, Item Q, and has the authority to undertake PPP project as stated in Section 5, what's the rationale of submitting an unsolicited proposal to the PPP Center for completeness check?
Thank you, sir. So it's the legislators, no, who have decided on this. This was not part of what the admin and the executive branch has proposed to the legislators. So, but just to share, when they were finalizing this, their comment is they want a single point of entry for all unsolicited proposals to make sure that the proposal of the private sector is complete. The idea is that based on lessons learned in the past, a lot of unsolicited proposals get to a more advanced stage only to realize sa mga final approval or during monitoring, worse, no, during monitoring, meaning the contracts have been signed already, that the proposal that have been entered into are incomplete. And then it starts a lot of problem, no? And this is after, this is even if there are revised rules already states the mandatory contract provisions. And so they said, PPP Center, we are assigning you to do this within 10 calendar days. Just to update also everyone, no, since the PPP code became effective on December 23, we have since received a total of about 17, if I'm not mistaken, 17 unsolicited proposals for completeness check. So far, walang kahit isa pa naman na na-delay yung PPP Center in conduct 10 at beat that 10 calendar days. And right now, manual pa yung effort, no? We hope that moving forward, mas makagamit pa tayo ng digital initiatives to even fast track yung 10 calendar day period. So I'm sorry we don't have an answer from the executive branch point of view. I can only quote what we've heard during deliberations and discussions when this law was being crafted. Thank you.
We can now continue with the next items, Jeff.
Okay, we now go to, because ZZ is not enough, we go to AAA. VFM model is also defined. This is not in the law. And BBB, virtual data room. This is also not in the law, and we're introducing this in the IRR. Oh, that's the last. Dalawa lang naman pala yung sumobra. BBB and AAA. Any comments, questions, or additional terms that you think need to be defined? Marami pa namang letters.
Jeff,
Yes.
we have questions from our online attendees. From Ms. Jan Montenegro, are investments for carbon credits included in alternative source of finance for PPPs?
In the law, yes, there is a mention of this. We understand though that in terms of implementability, I think yung ating Paris Agreement may mga requirements before these could be done. So while our legal framework, our PPP code allows for it, yung actual implementation will have to be, yung rules have to be processed by the appropriate regulatory authorities. That is why in the definition of alternative financial instruments, and I understand yung green financing, may caveat tayo na subject to the rules, guidelines, and regulations ng appropriate authorities. Sorry, but the short answer is yes, but in terms of implementability, it has to be through a set of guidelines, no, on how this will be used. Thank you.
Last question, DED Jeff. Still from Mr. Jan Montenegro. Can all national agencies now implement? How about all those tagged as policymaking or regulatory body only? Can they implement now? Or if there's limitation in the mandate of such, no exemptions here, example PCW, NAPC, CCC, etc.
Yeah, so that's one of the major features of the law, at least according to the legislators, no, when they were deliberating on this. The pre-PPP code regime is that your mandate should allow you to, your mandate should explicitly allow you to enter into PPP contracts before you could undertake one. Under the PPP code, it has become the enabling framework for any type of agency, yung nandun sa definition natin kanina, to undertake PPP projects. So the answer is yes, all national agencies can implement, but they have to follow the rules and regulations under the PPP code. So that would include, number one, yung mga projects na yon dapat nasa investment programs or nasa priority list nila. Number two, anong tawag doon? Yung public service component is within their mandate, and it's for public service delivery, and so on and so forth. But the short answer is effectively yes.
Thank you very much, DED Jeff. At this point, may we request for a 5-minute bio break before we proceed with the part 3 of the discussion?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, DED Jeff. So we'll be back after 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, please hold on. I'm just... What page is it? 109. Okay, Title 7, Award and Execution. We'll start with Section 126, Recommendation to Award. These are mostly lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. Timelines were converted from working days to calendar days para hindi halo-halo yung ating time references in the IRR. So, Section 126, Recommendation to Award, line 16, no? Yung financial evaluation will be revised to final evaluation. And then Section 127, Decision to Award. Any comments, questions, clarifications? Section 128, Notice of Award. Section 129, Public Dissemination of Bidding Results. Formation of special purpose company or a JV company. So no items or no changes so far yung mga sections na sinabi ko. Unless there are comments and questions or additional inputs. Same with Section 131, withdrawal or substitution of a member. Section 133, extension of validity of bids. So wala pa rin bago dyan unless meron tayong inputs. Section 134, execution of the PPP contract. Section 135, failure to enter into a PPP contract. No input so far. Section 136, issuance of franchise. We are noting the input earlier that was made, yung clarification on the issuance of admin franchises. So, we'll probably find a way kung saan best ipasok yung input na yon. This is the last section under Title 7. Any inputs, comments, questions on Title 7? If there's none, we go to Title 8, Implementation of PPP Projects. Pages 116 to 130. Chapter 1, Project Monitoring and Contract Management. We start with Section 137. As previously noted, no, dun sa first round natin, there will be a PPP governing board, monitoring framework and protocols to discuss the details and procedures in monitoring PPP projects. We also want to highlight dito sa lines 1 to 11, the responsibilities of the implementing agencies to submit project documents as provided in the PPP code. Any comments, questions, clarifications? Section 138, Contract Management and Risk Mitigation. The detailed guidelines for this will be part of the monitoring framework and protocols. Any comments? We go to Section 139, Accountability in PPP Projects. Any inputs? Hearing none, that's the last section under Chapter 1. We go to Chapter 2, Government Liabilities in PPP Contracts. Section 140 is about monitoring and reporting of government liabilities. No changes, no updates on the published draft so far unless meron tayong input. Same sa Section 1 4.1, which is the last section under Chapter 2. Any comments? Hearing none, we go to Chapter 3, pre-construction stage. Again, we note that most of these provisions, I bet, are familiar with our implementing agencies because many of these are lifted from the revised 2022 IRR. So we have two sections under this. Section 142 is the notice to commence. And Section 143, the preparation and approval of the detailed engineering design. No comments, no inputs. Chapter 4, project construction. Section 144 is notice to commence. Section 145 is performance security for construction works. Section 146, release of performance security for construction works. No edits pa rin doon sa ating nakapublish online unless meron tayong input. Section 147, review of project construction. Any input? Section 148, liquidated damages during construction. We're now on page 124, section 149, independent consultants for construction works. That is the last item under this section. This is the last section under the chapter. We now go to chapter 5, operations and maintenance. Section 150, notice to commence. Any comments, inputs? Section 151, performance security for O&M or for operations and maintenance. Comments, inputs? Section 152, release of performance securities. Section 153, review of operations and maintenance. Any comments, questions? Section 154, liquidated damages during operations. Section 155, repair and maintenance costs. Section 156, independent consultants for operations and maintenance. Still no comments, no inputs yet. We go to chapter 6, handover.
DD Jeff,
Yes.
before we proceed with chapter 6, one question from ENP Nisiforo and Eroy of PIEP. Does the PPP include all other agency compliance requirements or clearance in terms of DRRM, CCC, ECC, more particularly the recent DNR requirement of cumulative environmental effects during the review of completeness?
The short answer is if these clearances are applies to all so PPPs and non-PPPs alike. So the answer is yes. We note, however, that there is a suggestion in the first in the series of consultation ng first round that says baka dapat merong parang may special lane na pag PPP projects, ito yung set of permits. So that was mentioned. I don't know how far that discourse will evolve, no. Similar to yung parang one-stop shop concept. So, but that's a suggestion that was raised. So I hope that answers the question. We go to the next item, section 157, under chapter 6, expiring contracts and transfer of and warranty over the facility. Section 158, transfer security. And section 159, warranty security. Any comments, inputs? That's all for Title 8. We now move. This time, let's jump to Title 11. That's on page 137. Any comments, inputs, suggestions on Title 11, investment incentives? None so far. We go to Title 12, valuation of government assets. That's pages 137 and 138.
BD Jeff, can we just
Yes.
go back to the previous item? This is a general comment regarding investment incentives from Attorney EJ Pajaro of NTRC. In case of PPP projects granted with or applying for national investment incentives, the grant, monitoring, and administration of such incentives should be aligned with the provisions of the CREATE Act and its IRR.
Yes, thank you for this input. But yes, we confirm na that is the idea naman. Kaya meron yung consistent with existing laws, rules, and regulations. Thank you. Any more comments, inputs? Sige, what about on Title 12? Title 12, valuation of government assets. Any comments, inputs, or suggestions? We go now to Title 13, auditing of PPP projects. That's pages 138 to 139. Any comment on section 177, private partner revenues? Section 178, disclosure of information. So there are just two sections under this title. If there are no comments, input, suggestions on these sections, we jump to Title 15, divestment or takeover. That's pages 140 to 142. I'll start with section 179, divestment. This section was lifted from the PPP code without edit, no? But if you have any input or things that you think needs to be threshed out in the IRR, please let us know. Next section is section 180, temporary or permanent takeover by the government. So item A pertains to the temporary takeover. There is a proposed policy that's proposed to be added or has already been added. Has already been added. So the IA shall retain the tolls and be responsible for costs to operate during the temporary takeover. And on item B, permanent takeover, that's on the next page, page 142. Continuous and uninterrupted takeover over a minimum period in the contract shall constitute a permanent takeover. Any comments, questions, inputs on this one? If there's none, let's go to section 16, contract termination. That's pages 142 and 143. Section 181, any comments, questions, inputs? None. On section 182, we highlight three things. No, first is the issuance of a PPP governing board on termination payments. So this is actually have been published already, and it's still effective unless revoked by the PPP governing board or updated. No, but so far this has been issued already. Number two, independent appraiser shall be required for the computation of termination payment. And number three, government may take possession of assets prior to the payment of termination payment. Any concern, comment, inputs? And then last section under this title, Commission, Section 183, Commission of Administrative, Civil, and Penal Sanctions. Any? Yes, sir.
Sir, maybe it would be good to clarify items number 19 or 20 because that may be interpreted as an expropriation event, in which case baka kailanganin, in which case I mean it may be further interpreted that as there might be a need for to secure a writ of possession from the courts.
Yeah, thanks for that input, sir. We'll discuss this in the TWG and the IRR committee. Any other inputs?
The Jeff, this is
Yes.
from Miss Althea Alberto of LGU Baguio City. Can COA also be engaged as an independent appraiser?
Oh, well, the IRR did not include COA as part of the definition of the independent appraiser. So the answer as drafted right now is no, no, unless that is a suggestion. But we'll raise it to the TWG. But the answer is as drafted, no. We are referring to an independent appraiser is really a third party, no, not part of the public sector, not part of the private proponent. Thank you. We now go to Title 18, PPP Governing Board. That's pages 147 to page 148. Chapter 1 is on the powers, functions, and composition of the PPP Governing Board. Section 187, powers and functions of the PPP Governing Board. Section 188 is about the composition of the PPP Governing Board. No changes in the published draft unless there are comments, questions, inputs. Hearing none, I go to the next page, 148. Section 189, the appointment of the private sector representative. Any comments, inputs, suggestions? Hearing none, we go to Title 19. Project Development and Monitoring Facility, or the PDMF. Section 190, Institutionalization of the PDMF. Just to highlight, the existing PDMF is institutionalized, plus there's a provision that state, where's that line? Line 29. These services may include preparation and conduct of business case, pre-feasibility and feasibility studies, preparation of tender documents, appointment of probity advisors, procurement of independent consultants, and other activities in the preparation, procurement, and implementation of PPP projects. So this basically opens the PDMF for all the other requirements, no, that yung third party appraiser, if it's the government or the implementing agency who's needing it, so the PDMF could be as a source, no, of course subject to the guidelines to be issued by the PDMF committee as approved by the PPP governing board. Section 191, sources of the PDMF funds. Any comments, questions, inputs?
DD Jeff, regarding previous section on the PPP Governing Board, this is a question from Ms. Hazel Alfon, DA Phil Rice. Regarding appointment of private sector representative, can we do it by sector, like a representative for agriculture, agri-machineries, healthcare, etc.?
Unfortunately, the law only gave one seat to the private sector. I can confirm though that it was discussed during the deliberations in the legislative process. May iba-ibang proposals, may 3, I think may 7 pa nga at some point, but it ended up with having just one private sector representative. So that's what's in the law. So the short answer is no, unfortunately. And the law says it should be in the infrastructure sector. Any other questions, comments, inputs? So we go to section 192, PDMF management. Comments, questions, inputs? Section 193, institutionalization of the PDMF committee and its powers and functions. Section 194, composition of the PDMF committee. That's the last section under Title 19. Do we have any question, comments, inputs? Next is, let's jump to Title 21, prohibition on the issuance of TRO. That's pages 153 to 154. This entire title, Title 21, was lifted from the PPP code as is. So we did not edit anything here, unless of course you feel there are things that the IRR could or should clarify. Please let us know. Kung walang tanong, we go to Title 22. We're down to our last 3 titles. Yes. Pages 154 to 157. Penal sanction. 154 to 157. Let's start with section 203, prohibited acts and penalties. So we have this update from the IRR committee to further thresh out item C, yung violating the following sections under the code. Right now, as you can see, medyo generic siya, no? So section 6 on the identification, section 7 on the approval. The discussion in the IRR committee is to further clarify this, no? So for example, in section 7, approval of projects, which specific acts are being pertained to para mas malinaw. So, is it the act of approving a project na hindi naman ikaw yung appropriate approving body? Does it include yung maglapse yung timeline beyond what is in the law, etc., etc. So expect that in the TWG, we'll have an exercise to sort of thresh this out. So you may expect this to get a bit longer, no? If we are to pursue that track as discussed by the IRR committee. So please let us know if you have comments, inputs on that idea. That's section 203, again, prohibited acts and penalties. I will now go to section 204, setting of fine. Any comments, questions? So that's from imposable fine for each violation exceed 5 million pesos, nor shall the imposable fine be less than 1 million. So basically 1 to 5 million pesos. Any comments, inputs, suggestions? If hearing none, I go to section 205, liability of private individuals. Comments, inputs? Hearing none, section 206, liability of public officers and employees. Silence means okay. We go to section 207, effect of lawful performance of duties. This is the last section under Title 22. Unless there are additional inputs, questions, or clarifications under this title, we will go to Title 25, Final Provisions. That's page 163 and 164. Section 220 is oversight provision. Comments? Hearing none. Section 221, IRR Committee. Comments? Hearing none. Section 222, amendments to the IRR.
The Jeff, we have one question from Mr. John Montenegro.
Yep.
Regarding PPP Governing Board, Section 25 indicates a private sector representative for the PPP Governing Board. What is the term limit and selection process for the private sector representative? Are there limitations toward their affiliations with PPP private partners as
Okay. Yung for the selection process, the PPP Governing Board has issued their own rules pending any process embedded in the law and in the IRR for the yung limitations towards affiliation and the term limit. It's not indicated in the IRR. So, but we'll get this as an input and probably and we'll raise this to the TWG and the IRR committee. Thank you for this points. Any other questions, comments? I now go to section 223, separability. Oops, there's a raised hand.
Ma'am, may we request lang po to approach the microphone stand. Thank you.
Just a clarification on the final provision because there's also the governing board of PPP and the oversight of the congressional, what exactly would be the difference in the oversight of the both bodies in the code, so that we can have yun nga parang a ease of doing regulatory, or perhaps it's an undue burden or oversight for the codes.
Thank you for that input. Zero, offhand, so the idea is that the PPP Governing Board is the policy setting body. No? So they are the ones issuing policy issuances. The Joint Oversight Committee of Congress, House of Reps and Senate, on the other hand, are more, at least as drafted, we submit reports to them. And reports on irregularities, etc., that may be monitored, may be reported to them. So may mga sections pertaining to that. But we'll take that as an input to clearly delineate these roles.
Yes, and perhaps if not, aside from clearly delineating it, perhaps what would be the input or output of each of the bodies for the seamless yun nga po, implementation, and for the easier process for the public.
Yeah, thank you for that input. Thank you for that input. Any other comments, inputs? Hearing none, I'll go to section 224, effectivity. Any comments or inputs? Questions? Hearing none, we go to the last title. Title 3, Rules of Interpretation. That's on page 2. Any comments on sorry, that's title 1, section 3. Rules of Interpretation, page 2. Any comment, questions, or clarifications on section 3? If there's none, for the record, we've touched on all of the titles under the full text of the draft IRR. A reminder that unless there are additional comments, questions, and clarifications, we all have until March 8th to submit comments, inputs, questions for the consideration of the TWG and the IRR committee. I think that ends my assignment for today. Back to you, Gladys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didi Jeff. Let us give him a warm round of applause. Virtual applause from our online attendees. So again, if there are other questions and comments, especially those that were posted in our Zoom chat window and Facebook and YouTube pages that we were not able to responded to for the whole day session, you may still submit them including your position papers and other comments and inputs into the QR code and the link that you are seeing right now on your screens. So at this point, we will be providing you some final reminders before we formally end our session. Kindly accomplish the online attendance form. Please accomplish the feedback form so the participants will receive e-certificates of attendance, especially those who accomplished both the online attendance form and feedback forms. For the feedback form, please note that the form is limited only to one response per participant and will only be accessible until March 12, 2024, 11:55 p.m. Please also take note that in the feedback form, it is divided into two parts. Part 1 is about the PPP Center Citizens Charter per the Anti-Red Tape Authority Memorandum Circular 2022-05 or the guidelines on the implementation of the harmonized client satisfaction measurement. And the second part is on the evaluation on the conduct of this stakeholder consultation. So to formally close our session this afternoon, may I call on the Director 4 of the Legal Service of the PPP Center, Attorney Lester A. Añonuevo, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Gladys. Good afternoon, everyone. I now have the opportunity to do the most exciting part of the stakeholder consultation, which is the closing remarks. But in all seriousness, we'd like first to thank our colleagues from the UP-PAF Respond team headed by Dr. Basilio. We thank them for their assistance to us, the PPP Code IRR Committee, in conducting this stakeholder consultation. We'd also like to recognize also the presence and, of course, the participation of our active implementing agencies. More specifically, I'd like to acknowledge also our private sector representative to the governing board, Attorney Ferdinand Tolentino, our senior state solicitor, Omar Diaz, and our colleagues from the OSG, as well as the other officials of the implementing agencies that we have today, and for staying on a Friday afternoon in Quezon City. So, on behalf of the PP Code IRR Committee, we would like to thank and extend our sincerest gratitude to the representatives of various implementing agencies who took time out of their busy schedules to join us today for the consultation session. We are pleased that this activity was well attended by several representatives, more than we have expected from all over the country, both via online and in person here at the Hive Hotel, Quezon City. We thank you for our continued support to the Philippine PE program. And as we draw closer to the finalization of the PEP Code IRR, we are confident that that its updated policy framework will help us reinforce the country's investment ecosystem and will create a more stable and predictable policy environment for collaboration on high impact infrastructure projects. The success of the PP Code lies in a well crafted IRR. So, your continued support and active participation in our consultation sessions are of big help, and we ensure that the comprehensive viewpoints that you have included here are considered in the crafting thereof. So, as a personal note, I'd like to think that now that we are at this stage, the PEP Code IRR committee is now working on three kinds of tests, I think. The first one for me would be a consistency check. We'd like to think that the IRR is consistent with what is included in the PEP Code itself because, as you know, the source cannot rise above, the spring cannot rise above the source. Second thing that we need to do as a PEP Code IRR committee is a validity check. We'd like to make sure that an IRR is really executable. It's really intended for implementing agencies to use so that we make sure that the IRR is something that the implementing agencies as well as the private proponents could use. And lastly, I'd like to think that this is more of an integrity check. We'd like to make sure that the PEP Code IRR is consistent and is puts in the true essence of the goals of the PEP Code in itself, as well as fleshing out the intention of your inputs to the PEP Code. So we assure you that the final PEP Code IRR will have considered the comments and feedback received during the consultation sessions we've been conducting since January 2024. We will conclude this endeavor with an IRR that is efficient, fair, and strengthens cooperation between the public and private sectors. So in the coming weeks, we will continue to keep you posted on the developments of the PEP Code IRR. We are confident that the PEP Code IRR will be released according to schedule. So once again, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again in our future PEP Center endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Lester. So before we proceed with the last round of photo opportunity, I would like to inform our on-site attendees that if you need a certificate of appearance, just please approach our secretariat. Thank you. So now may I invite everyone in the Hive Hotel to have a photo opportunity So same setup po tayo. Like this morning, may we invite po yung participants at the back to proceed po dito sa front. Lapit po tayo. And then for those who are attending sa ating Zoom meeting room, my colleagues from the PPP Center will also help me in capturing the photos. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, sa ating Zoom participants, next frame, 3, 2, 1. Okay, next frame, ready? 3, 2, 1. Last one, 3, 2, 1. Again, everyone, thank you very much and have a pleasant afternoon. This has been Gladys Yuson, your facilitator for the first round of the stakeholder consultation for the implementing rules and regulations of the PPP Code of the Philippines. Thank you.